Okay, I just realized I had my mic off, sorry. I just realized I had my mic off and that I couldn't really say much of anything. Okay, Alright, let's see. How many viewers do we have? 0 viewers! God damn it. Get on and watch this, guys. I guess I should share this to my community post, at least get some more people. Come join. Do do boo do 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 boo do boo do do. All right. I'm pretty sure there'll be more people coming on as we go, so let's just try to do this. All right. So just to be clear of what kind of weapons that I currently have equipped on my Black Mage. So a cloth and a wooden staff. These are the current stats for my Black Mage, and now we're gonna be doing lots and lots of grinding because fun. Alright. Well, since I'm doing practically the most boring part of the entire run, I might as well just get the boring part started. Do 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 do. Okay. Reset, because I want to have a mob of like 5 of these guys. So I'm gonna grind at least one more level till I reach level 5. And then I might try the fight against Garland. Actually, maybe I could actually try getting the armor piece that is in the Temple of Fiends, now thinking about it. You know, I'm gonna try to do that. I'm gonna try to do that and see if I can get the armor piece. Okay. There it is. Alright, let's burn these guys down to the ground. And we have exactly 4 things of fire, so we can definitely do this. Do 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 boo do 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 do. Haha, you can't kill me and get rid of my 69 HP. Oh boy. Probably should have brought a tent with me, but I just want to see if I can actually get like the treasure chest within the Temple of Fiends, or is it called the Chaos Temple? I forget. If I can actually get it and get back without dying. I just want to see if that's going to be possible for me. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Oh, come on, die by bonks. Okay, at least they're missing. All the more reason why we need to level up our agility is because of that. Okay, monsters perished. Good. Okay, so now we're gonna enter inside the temple where Garland is. So, usually we would go straight up and fight Garland right now, but what I'm gonna do is actually collect the treasure chest on the left side of the temple. So the right side of the temple is inaccessible because I need to get the Mystic Key later on in the game. But if I go in here, I can get myself the cap. Now the cap is a piece of armor that I can equip onto my Black Mage, so I have a 1 absorb and a 59% chance of evading. If I equip the cap, this will give me a 2 absorb and a 58% chance of evading. So there you go. I managed to increase my defense a little bit more. And before I leave the temple, I'm just going to head straight up. And hope to God I can survive these attacks. Okay, so far I'm evading attacks. Good. Okay, good. So they can die within just one fire blast, but unfortunately that was my last fire blast. Alright, deady dead. Oh, crap. I think I gotta start considering running away from battles here. Okay, so far I'm evading attacks, so this is good. Shit, did I miss? Okay, at least I terminated that zombie. Let's terminate the last one. And probably consider running from battles whenever we get ambushed. Okay, terminated. Okay, and I'm pretty sure I don't have anything to heal with, so I may have to consider... myself, Oh wait, no, wrong button. Okay, nothing. You know, you guys are allowed to comment, you know. Okay, a heal, so I actually do have something to heal with, and a cabin. Nice. Okay, so the cabin is great because that means I can heal on the overworld, but first I'm just going to use a simple potion to heal myself up, and try to make my way back to the city. Close call. Okay, I can escape from this battle, good. So right now, we're not guaranteed to run from battles yet, but we do have a chance to. So I'm 13 luck, so if I get another 2 more things of luck, then I'm 100% guaranteed to run from battles. So now, the goal is to try to get all the way back to Cornelia, so back to the town. Now that we have ourselves a better piece of defense armor so we can absorb more damage. Oh, Christ. Close call. Good, good, good. Just keep running, Black Mage. Don't get greedy and try to fight them all yourself. And if I have to, I may need to use a cabin. Ah, no! Bad time to not run away, Nits. Shoot, 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 shoot. Unfortunately, there is a good chance I may not be able to run away because of my conditions. Ugh. Close call. Okay, so there still is a good chance I can run away, but still. Okay. Before I go back, I'm gonna eat a cabin. So this nearly restores my HP. Unfortunately, this does not restore the magic back. So even though, yes, I'm kind of wasting a cabin, like the use of a cabin, that is totally fine because we want to be able to make a profit on our way back to the city. And so far, we're making more money already with just this one trip alone. Okay, chance to strike first. Run. Okay, now I realize I probably should have not used that cabin. Frick. No, I can't risk it. I can't risk it. I gotta save. So, let me see. How much money did I make? Unfortunately, not much, but at least I'm over 200 now whenever I pay at the end. There we go. Now, how far am I from the next level? Okay, so 505, and right now I already have a better piece of armor equipped onto me. So I got the cloth and the cap. So now I can definitely survive more attacks. And now we gotta dedicate ourselves to the grind. Dedicate ourselves to the grind and grind another level. Okay, either the YouTube algorithm is glitched or you guys are not seeing this video. I have no idea. Oh, okay, Zach Rodriguez, thank you so much. How you doing, buddy? Oh my god, can I get a group of 5, please? Alright, so we're just going to be doing some grinding, grind up a extra level, and then I might consider finding Garland pretty soon. Okay, chance to strike first, 5 enemies, this is a great start. So now that we are level 4, we can use our fire spell 4 times. Which is great, because that means I only have to bonk 1 enemy to death. Ugh. Terminated. I'm down to 69 HP. Never mind. You ruined the magic number. And don't you frickin' dare say that number, or otherwise I am banning you from my channel. Permanently. Doing well. I'm going to eat in a bit. Sweet. I just pretty much had myself half a sandwich. I still have the other half on my desk right here. Though I don't like the idea of eating while I'm streaming. Terminated. Look what I could do, guys! I could fight without you! Okay, so 30 experience and 30 gil. So now that we're at a point where we're a little bit more safer and we have a higher chance of dodging attacks, I'm just going to try to go for a second enemy encounter. Against 4, which is actually a good amount, so we're going to try to bonk these enemies to death and hope we can survive, because if we could do a second one of these encounters in a row, then we can actually make a profit before having to go back to the cabin. If we can make a profit, then that will definitely make the rest of the run significantly go by faster. Oh my god, stop missing on purpose, Snits. Unfortunately, if I get to the point where it looks like I'm not going to be able to win the battle, then I'll just have to run away from it. Unfortunately, running from battles, even if you have killed some enemies, means you won't gain the EXP. Me neither. Eating while streaming. Yeah, bad idea. I tried that and I choked on milk. Well, I mean, it's not really that I'm concerned about. It's more or less just it being rude while I'm streaming. And besides, I could save the other half of my sandwich for when I'm done streaming. Okay, good damage. Alright, 2 more left. Let's try to kill these 2, so that way we can make a profit. Hi, Ryoko Freak. How you doing, buddy? Alright, there we go. So we did 2 battles back to back. First one with 5 enemies and the second one with 4 enemies. So since the first encounter gave me 30 gil, this one gives me 24 gil, so we've been able to make 24 gil in profit. How's that stat min-maxing going? Well, in the last stream we managed to get to level 4, so min-maxing the agility and vitality as much as possible. And as I just started the stream, I went to the temple where Garland is, and I managed to pick up the cap. So this thing right here. So I managed to pick up the cap, which gives me an extra point of the absorb. So the absorb is how much impact I can take. So I went to the temple, picked up the cap. I also picked up the cabin and heal that was there, but ended up using both on my way back to the city. But yeah, now we're at a point where we can actually make money off of these battles. So essentially we do the battles where we have to fight 5 enemies, and then we fight a smaller horde of enemies, fight them off, and hope that we have enough HP, and then we can essentially actually grind money. So now we're actually able to gain money from these battles instead of just gaining the same amount for the in-trip. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good on my side too. Right now my roomie seems to be out for the entire day, so I can pretty much stream for as long as I want, or at least most of the afternoon. I can't stream for as long as I want. It's pretty much for most of the afternoon. But yeah, I'm level 4 right now. I managed to get the cap from the temple where Garland is, as well as the other 2 chests that are within the temple, and get back to the town without dying. Unfortunately, I ended up using the cabin that I bought, that I got within the temple itself. But that's okay, because as long as I can make a profit off of these battles, then I can essentially buy some tents for when I eventually face up against Garland. But yeah, I got the cap, which means I have better defense now. So I'm just going to grind at least a extra level, so that way I have at least a better chance against Garland. Fight Garland, return back to the castle, cross the bridge so we can actually see the true opening to Final Fantasy 1. Okay, even though I just have 1 bullet of fire left, I'm just going to bonk this enemy to death. And then save the fire for the next set of enemies. So I think these are 4 enemies, so I should be able to gain like 24 gil from this. Which means regardless of what battle I fight next, I should still be able to make more money. So even if it's only 3 enemies, I should be able to make more money before the end trip. So yeah, now we're at a point where we can do 2 battles back to back. Which is definitely what we need right now. Because we don't want to just get a good amount of experience points, we need a good amount of money. So right now we're at 13 luck, so we have a chance of running away, but it's still just a chance. See? Can't run. God damn you. Oh my god, are you serious right now? Oh my god, stop getting hit. Seriously? Stop it. Jesus Christ. Let me guess, it's gonna rub salt in the wounds and say I can't run, right? Oh, no, close call, so I can run. Ugh, of course I'm down to like 21 HP and I haven't made my money back, so... Let's just hope that I can get hordes of 4 without dying. It's just this is a lot more manageable than 5 right now. Oh my god, dodge, you idiot! I know you have the cap now, but dodge. So unfortunately, even though we can now do 2 battles back to back, we still have a good chance of dying. There you go. That's the dodge we need. Ooh, critical hit. That's a good hit. Alright, just 2 more left. Just keep the dodges up. Oh my god, seriously? Okay, just 1 more left. Come on. Oh my frickin'... Seriously? Been 2 decades since I last played Final Fantasy 1, so I've mostly forgotten how most of it goes, lol. Really, 2 decades? I guess since you played it on the original NES version? Well, mind you, I've only played through the entirety of the NES version in the last couple months, and I'm like 31 years old. But yeah, right now we're essentially not only trying to grind levels and get to level 5 before fighting Garland, while also mid-maxing agility and vitality, but we're also trying to do enough battles so we can make a profit off of these battles. Okay, since there's one enemy left, I'm just gonna bonk them to death, so at least I have 2 bullets of fire for the next battle. Alright, good choice there, since I killed it in one shot. Okay, so 18, so... yeah, if I do 2 of those battles back to back, then I'm making 36 gil, so 6 gil is still making a profit. Okay, so 4, this is also good, so we're going to destroy these enemies and then save at the end. So we're going to be making little bits of money, like actually making money off of these battles instead of just gaining experience from it. It was the Game Boy Advance port of Final Fantasy 1 that I played. Ah, I see. Yeah, I haven't played any of the other ports other than the Pixel Remaster. In fact, I beat in this game first on the Pixel Remaster version. So I beat in this game on the Pixel Remaster and did it again for the NES version. And between the 2 versions, I definitely highly recommend the Pixel Remaster over the NES version. The only reason I'm playing the NES version is because it just feels more OG and, well, actual first game if I were to do it on the original version. Oh, critical hit. Good. More of that, please. More of that. Okay, okay, I'm out of bullets, right? Yeah, I'm out of bullets, so let's fight them. Okay, I gotta open up my little cheat sheet that tells me, how much I need, for the... let's see. Ah, here it is. So I just need to quickly see what stats are guaranteed to level up at level 5 for the Black Mage. I just gotta scroll down because it includes all the other guys as well. Let's see. White Mage, White Mage. Okay, here we go, Black Mage. So we're at level 4, so at level 4, Strength, Intelligence, and Luck was guaranteed to go up, so we just rolled the 1 in 16 dice in the last stream that Agility and Vitality went up. Thankfully, both Agility and Vitality went up. So for level 5, Vitality and Intelligence is the only ones guaranteed to go up. And we only really want a 1 in 4 dice roll to get Agility. If we can get Strength too, that would be great, but Agility is going to be more important than Strength. So there we go. With every in-trip rest now, we can actually make our money back. So we want to slowly but surely make our money back, so that way we can buy a couple of tents, like buy a few tents, so that way we can heal outside of where Garland is, go in, wail in on Garland until he's defeated, and then use another tent on our way back to Cornelia. Okay, so a group of 5 enemies, this is even better because this means I will guarantee to make the profit for the in-trip and do a second battle to make an actual profit. On top of being able to level up. All right. Nice. And yeah, I think looking at the Black Mage's magic list, it won't be until level 7 that I can use 5 Thanes of Fire back to back. So since I have like one thing of fire, I'm just gonna bunk the remaining 2 with my staff and then save the fire for the next battle. That is if Nitz doesn't miss on purpose like an idiot and get hit. Speaking of pixel remasters, casually playing the Final Fantasy V one at the moment. It's great. Awesome. I've actually been recently playing Final Fantasy II on my own times very recently, and I managed to make it to the Snow Cavern level so far in Final Fantasy II. Mind you, I've had to use a guide because the game has been sometimes unclear of what I'm supposed to do next. And I can see why Final Fantasy II is hated, but I can't say I hate the game. I am somewhat engaged with the plot that is going on. There's definitely a lot more death and despair to it. It almost kind of reminds me of Final Fantasy X with its death and despair themes and such. So far, I'm enjoying my time with Final Fantasy II Pixel Remaster. Though I do acknowledge the flaw that, you know, most people have with it, and that's pretty much with how its level up system works, which is, well, the lack of it. Oh, no! This is a bad roll here. Bad roll. God damn it. But yeah, the only Pixel Remaster I played all the way through is 1, and I want to do the games in order. So, naturally, I'm doing Final Fantasy II next. Oh my god, seriously? This is when Nitz is not gonna run, right? Of course. Of freaking course. Are you wanting to die? Are you wanting to join your friends, Nitz? Are you really wanting to join your friends that bad? Okay, as much as it will be efficient to do a second battle, unfortunately, it's just not gonna work out with how low my HP is. But considering that I already made like 30 gil from that last battle, at least I'm using that 30 gil to restore my HP and MP back, as well as, well, using that money without wasting money. Not how I want to grind. I want to try to grind while also being able to make gil. Yeah, Final Fantasy II story is pretty good. Yeah, I'm enjoying the story of Final Fantasy II so far. Like, yeah, I can definitely acknowledge that I'm not a big fan of the lopsided level up system where you get better with swords if you use swords, you get better with bows if you use bows, you get better with axes if you use axes, your shields, your hands, and such like that, and your evasion increases if you try to have more of an evasive build, your defense increases if you get hit and such. Like, in theory, it's a cool system, but in execution, it definitely is a little lopsided, and you're either too weak or too overpowered. And I think as of now, I think I have a good mix of where I'm mostly overpowered, but yeah, pretty much just been prioritizing strength on Firion, and then using magic with Guy and Maria, and then just using our 4th party member with whoever's our current 4th party member, because one of the party members is like not with us at the moment. But yeah, so far I am enjoying my time with Final Fantasy II, but mind you, a good chunk of the reason is because I am using a guide to guide myself through like dungeons and such, as well as using a guide to figure out what to do next, because the keyword system, while a cool idea, can sometimes be a little elusive. Like, I was supposed to apparently get a keyword system or a certain keyword from like Cid, but I returned back to the main city where the princess is just to realize I couldn't progress the plot because I never asked Cid for a particular keyword that he was talking about or something. So I had to progress like all the way back to the city, and then try to get that keyword again, and then progress all the way back to the princess, so that way I can progress the plot, and then ask the king where to find this particular golden bell or something like that, and then I have to progress all the way back to the princess again, and then progress all the way to Cid, then progress all the way to the city and all that. And yeah, just the progression is a little not really my thing, honestly. It's not terrible, and honestly for an NES game, it's definitely pretty innovative for its time. Though, mind you, I am playing on the Pixel Remaster, so it's probably able to show more stuff than what the NES could show. And I probably would never play the NES version of Final Fantasy II. I think I'll just stick with the Pixel Remaster. Would I do a challenge run on Final Fantasy II? It's a possibility. It depends on how well my challenge runs for both Final Fantasy I and Final Fantasy X do. If both of them do well, then I might consider doing a challenge run on Final Fantasy II or any other Final Fantasy game. I mean, I have considered the possibility of doing a challenge run on Final Fantasy 15, which is honestly one of my favorite games. The problem is what can I do on Final Fantasy 15 that nobody's done before? The only thing I can think of is a level 1 run. Problem is that level 1 runs not only have been done of Final Fantasy 1, but could I do something more beyond that? Like, can I do like a Final Fantasy 15 level 1 but complete everything kind of thing? If it's a complete everything kind of thing, then it will be a video that'll take way too long to come out. But if it does make an interesting video, then I'd say I'd probably go for it, because I unironically really love Final Fantasy 15. Screw people who don't like it. I think it's a really great game. Then, after people who hated the Final Fantasy II leveling system, they went back to the job system in Final Fantasy III. And that's assuming that's all feedback from the Japanese players, considering that Final Fantasy II and III weren't initially released in the West, and when it came to us in the West, we would get Final Fantasy I and we would get Final Fantasy IV in the cover of Final Fantasy II for the SNES. To not confuse consumers, which caused decades of confusion ever since, because, yeah, Final Fantasy II on the SNES, I mean, was actually Final Fantasy IV, and Final Fantasy III was actually Final Fantasy VI, and then once Final Fantasy VII came out, they named it actually what it's supposed to be, Final Fantasy VII, and then it wasn't until, like, later ports that we would eventually be able to play 2, 3, and 5 in some sort of way. Now, mind you, I haven't really played any of the other Final Fantasy games. I have not played 3, 4, 5, or 6. I know people absolutely adore, like, they absolutely adore 6. So I don't know if I should play the Super Nintendo version of 6 first, or if I should play the Pixel Remaster, and it's, like, a totally fine way of playing Final Fantasy 6. Like, I don't know if Ryoka Freak here has any insight on that, whether if Final Fantasy VI is worth playing Pixel Remaster only, or if I should play it on the Super Nintendo. Final Fantasy 15 can only explore the map at night challenge. Nah, I don't think that's going to be much of an interesting challenge. I mean, yeah, it's more dangerous at night, but I don't think that's going to be much of an interesting challenge, to be honest. I have thought of ideas for Final Fantasy 15, and as I said, there is a way of playing Final Fantasy 15 at level 1. You essentially equip a DLC item that pretty much disables you from tallying up your experience points. It doesn't disable you gaining experience points, but the way that leveling up in Final Fantasy 15 works is that you gain experience points, but those experience points don't actually tally and level you up unless you sleep at a motel, RV, or a camp or something, and that's pretty much how you gain experience. But if you have like this accessory equipped, then those experience points never tally up when you sleep wherever or do a chapter transition, and that's pretty much how you can stick at level 1 throughout the entire game. It's also ideal to use if you're trying to min-max as much as possible, because if you can save as much experience as possible before you get the one hotel later in the game that gives you like 3 times the amount of experience if you sleep at that said hotel. I forget what the city was called, but you can just gain a shit ton of experience and probably go from like level 1 to level 70 in an instant. But yeah, I think doing like a level 1 challenge of Final Fantasy 15 on top of like an additional challenge on top of that would be great. I mean, I know there's someone that did a challenge run for Final Fantasy 15 at level 1 while also only using magic, which I'm not gonna lie, I actually have thought of that challenge run myself, doing a magic only run of Final Fantasy 15, but someone else already beat me to it, so yeah, I'm definitely not going to do that, a magic-only run of Final Fantasy 15. So I think if I were to do a run of Final Fantasy 15, I think I would actually do a level 1 run, but do some other challenge on top of that. I've only played the NES version or the SNES version of Final Fantasy VI, but I heard great things about the Pixel Remaster. I mean, maybe I can ask people further that have had experience with both versions of the game, which version is better to play. Because, I know if you ask most people, like, you know, what version of Ocarina of Time do they prefer, the NES version or the 3DS version, the responses will differ, and it all comes down to the use of the Iron Boots within the Water Temple. Me personally, I'm very OG. I actually prefer the Nintendo 64 version over the 3DS version, even though the 3DS version is still a great remake of Ocarina of Time. Although, when it comes to Majora's Mask, there's no denying that the Nintendo 64 version is superior to the 3DS version. The 3DS version definitely waters down or tries to milk down some of the rough edges that the original game had, but those rough edges is definitely what gave the original Majora's Mask more personality and more stakes, whereas in the 3DS version, I guess they tried to appeal more to the people that found certain mechanics of the game inconvenient and whatever, but honestly, some of those inconveniences is definitely what added to the experience. But yeah, I think if I were to figure out what version of Final Fantasy VI I should play first, I would definitely need to ask someone if Pixel Remaster or if the SNES version is like the better experience to start with first. Okay, so I think I just did 2 battles back to back there. So now I'm going to save because now I've been able to make a profit. So yeah, as you can see, my gil has definitely been going up on top of me leveling up. And actually, speaking of leveling up, I haven't passed... Okay, thank God. I just want to make sure I haven't passed level 5 yet. So yeah, because it's going to take a long time to get to the next level, we definitely don't want to be grinding here for long, or otherwise it's just going to take, you know, multiple streaming days just to get to the next level. If we want to be able to get to the next level more efficiently, we definitely want to grind in later areas of the world. But right now, the goal is to get to the threshold just before level 5, while also making a bit of a profit off of the random encounters outside of Cornelia, and then we're gonna buy a few tents, use those tents to sleep outside of where Garland is, and then go face up against Garland, defeat Garland, and then after we face Garland, we're gonna, you know, use a tent on our way back to the castle, talk to the king so we can advance the story, and then after we advance the story, we can cross the bridge, puppeteer our dead friends into a dramatic pose, and watch the opening cutscene, and then after the opening cutscene is done, we can grind some more, and then figure out how and if we should be able to get to the next town, because the one advantage of us being able to get to the next town is that we can gain the ice spell, so we can actually use level 2 magic. Because right now we're definitely able to use level 2 magic. I think we're able to use like 1 or 2... yeah, so we're able to use level 2 magic, as you can see here, level 2 magic. We're able to use level 2 magic at least twice. And we definitely want to try to get the ice spell as soon as we can, because the moment we get the ice spell, that means more offensive magic damage potential. Now the problem is that when we reach the next town, it's going to cost us 50 gil to sleep at the inn instead of 30 gil. So if whenever we choose to proceed on to the next town, we got to bear that in mind, that we're not paying 30 gil to restore HP and our magic points. We are paying 50 gil, and we got to make sure that we're paying that we're gaining more than 50 gil. Okay, so that was just one battle, right? Yeah, that was just one battle, so just one more battle, so that way we can at least make a profit. Okay, it's another 4 enemies, but I have 2 things of fire, so this should be good. As long as I don't get crit multiple times, then I should be fine. But yeah, in terms of Final Fantasy games, I have thought of the possibility of doing a run on Final Fantasy 2 once I eventually beat it. And I think if I were to do a run on Final Fantasy 2, I'll definitely do a run on the Pixel Remaster version and not the NES version. It just felt right doing a challenge run on the NES version for Final Fantasy 1 because at least I'm actually doing it on the actual first version of the game. Whereas Final Fantasy 2, I think it's a little understandable why I would play on the Pixel Remaster version, or play on any remastered version in general, considering that some people are not a fan of Final Fantasy 2, but there's still people who have played Final Fantasy 2, and some that do look at it favorably, like not everybody hated it. Alright, there we go, so we just bonked a set of 4 enemies to death, so that was like 24 gil, right? Yeah, 24 gil, so that's 48 gil that we made, which means we made about 18 gil with this trip. Because we're paying 30 at the end, which means we're making about 18 gil, which is great. Because right now we don't really want to buy any more of the spells from the shop, other than maybe the sleep spell, and maybe the thunder spell, but we really want to save our money so that way we can buy the ice spell in the next town. Okay, so 241, so we're getting somewhat close. Alright, so now we're able to save with over 300 gil. So that should be enough to actually buy like at least 2 of the other spells in this town. We'll still have 100, but I want to have, like, you know, more than that so I can buy myself a couple of tents, so that way I can make my way to Garland and make my way back from Garland. Yeah, the NES version of Final Fantasy II is apparently quite buggy. Noted. Considering how much of an ambitious setup Final Fantasy II is, I would not be surprised how buggy it is, because there are bugs in this version of Final Fantasy 1 that doesn't necessarily make it unplayable, but it does make it inferior compared to the remastered versions, because for one, some spells either straight up do not work, or does the opposite effect of what they're supposed to. So like the lock spell that you get from the first town here, so like the spells that you get from the first town is Fire, which I'm currently using, Lightning, which is also known as Thunder in other versions, the lock spell, which is supposed to decrease enemy evasion, except it always misses, but if you get the lock 2 spell, which actually does work, it actually increases enemy evasion as opposed to decrease it, so getting the lock spell is always the wrong answer if you're ever playing the NES version of Final Fantasy. If you're getting any of the spells from Cornelia, do not get the lock spell, get Fire, Lightning, and Sleep. Those are the only 3 spells that you would want to get for your level 1 spells. And also some of the swords in the game as well. Some of the swords in the game, apparently some of the swords are supposed to, you know, be more effective against certain enemies, like the Were Sword effective against Were enemies, the Dragon Sword effective against Dragon enemies and all that. And apparently, while they do have, like, you know, decent stats and all that, they don't actually function like they say. Whereas the later versions, those swords actually does, you know, more damage against the enemies it says it should be doing more damage against. I played the GBA remasters of 1 and 2, so I've never experienced the NES bugs. There is one bug, however, in this game that actually does work in our favor, and I will definitely be taking advantage of it a little later in the run, and that's the Peninsula Power. With the Peninsula Power, we can actually throw our Fire 2 or Fire 3 spells out at some overpowered enemies that are meant for way later in the game. And it's actually not too far off from where the second town is. We go to the Peninsula Power, walk on the last 4 squares of the Upper Peninsula, and essentially we can actually grind, you know, on higher level enemies and skyrocket our EXP and money through the roof. And we're definitely going to be taking advantage of it in this run. The obvious downside is that we got to try to stay alive, and you know, the moment I reach there, and even if I do get like the Fire 2 spell from the third town, that's probably still not going to be enough for me to survive on the Peninsula of Power. So we gotta grind as much as possible while mid-maxing our agility and vitality as much as possible. Because if we can mid-max agility and vitality, the more we mid-max it, or guarantee that we mid-max agility and vitality at every single level, then the chances of us getting through a battle on the Peninsula of Power is definitely guaranteed. The NES version of this game has a cornucopia of bugs. I think the Peninsula of Power is more of an exploit than a glitch. Yeah, it's not really a glitch per se, it's more of an oversight. It's mostly because the last 4 pixels on the top of the peninsula are connected to the square checker of what enemies should be appearing on the upper continent above you. And because those enemies are like overpowered enemies, and if you have the white mage and you use the Dia spell on them, on the zombie minotaurs, you can actually skyrocket your experience and money through the roof. And we're definitely going to try to take advantage of that in this run, so that way we can try to min-max well, leveling up as well as a lot of money as much as possible. But we also want to make sure we don't level up on the Peninsula of Power, because if we level up on the Peninsula of Power, then we're, well, decreasing our chances of us mid-maxing our stats. Because with the Black Mage, he's inferior when it comes to physical damage, on top of having high HP, which is why min-maxing our agility and vitality as much as possible is definitely what's going to help us be able to get through the later dungeons. The more vitality we have, the more HP we have, the more agility we have, the better chances we are to dodge. And while I'm not mid-maxing strength, I will mid-max strength at thresholds or at levels where agility and vitality are guaranteed. So like one of the previous levels, so it was like level, let me see. It was level 3. Yeah, when we got to level 3, agility and vitality is guaranteed to level up for the Black Mage. So I took the 1 in 4 chance that strength would go up during that part of the grind, because even though strength is not going to be as important, it's going to be essential for certain fights, particularly the final boss fight. So even though I'm not min-maxing strength, I will try to min-max it at level ups where agility and vitality are guaranteed. Because if I try to min-max, you know, strength and one other stat, then it's a 1 in 16 dice roll. And it's bad enough that at the previous 2 levels, level 2 and 4, both vitality and agility were not guaranteed. And because of that, I pretty much had to take a 1 in 16 dice roll in order to get agility and vitality during those level ups. And the problem is that if I'm trying to mid-max 3 different stats, so like strength, vitality, and agility, it's a 1 in 16 dice roll at levels where it's not guaranteed. And I am not doing a 1 in 64 dice roll. 1 in 64 dice roll is just asking way too much out of me. I'd rather take a 1 in 16 dice roll, because even though that's a severe low chance, at least I have shown at least twice that a 1 in 16 dice roll is definitely more than possible with some patience. And a 1 in 4 dice roll doesn't really take long at all, because it's only a 25% chance. But yeah, this next level up that we're going to, so right now we're level 4. At level 5, the stats that are guaranteed is intelligence and vitality. Intelligence to us doesn't matter in this run because A, the Black Mage gets intelligence at every single stat, and B, intelligence doesn't even work in this game. Like, it doesn't work in the original version of Final Fantasy 1. It does work on the later ports, but in the original version, you actually could not improve your magic spells at all. The only ways to improve your magic spells is to get better magic spells. Oh, shoot. This is a horde of 5. I don't like this. Come on, run, Nits. Run, 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 run. Stop getting hit and just run. Oh my god, just run. Close call, good. What challenge run is this, by the way? Well, if you take a look at the battle menus, you can see for yourself what the run itself is and which character we're currently playing as. Because as you can see, my other party members, they don't have any HP at all and they're still at level 1. Whereas the Black Mage, however, is definitely OP and is doing absolutely fine by itself. Okay, so it's 4 enemies. Even though I did take a lot of HP loss, I'm going to try to win this battle, because if I can win 2 battles back to back, then I am making money back on top of leveling up. Because again, it costs 30 gil for the in-trip back, and doing 5 of these imps is guaranteed to give me 30 gil, which is the amount that I need to pretty much keep my money the same. But if I do 2 battles back to back, even if it's just 3 enemies, then I am guaranteed to make money off of these battles, and not just my experience points, because I definitely want to make money, because I want to buy at least a few sleeping bags, or not sleeping bags, tents. I think they're sleeping bags in the Japanese version, and it's like tents in this version. I want to buy like a few tents, but yeah. Oh, wasn't sure if it was another reason for them being dead. Don't know what the reason would be, though. Oh, they're dead because they're not the heroes of this run. Pretty much, if you watch the very first stream of this run, I pretty much had to have all of my friends die on purpose and pretty much win the battle with the Black Mage standing. And then for the rest of the entire run, I essentially have to get through the entire game with just 1 Black Mage. So that's the challenge run, is getting through the entire game of Final Fantasy 1 on the NES version with a Black Mage and 3 dead friends. So we're going to be dragging our friends along, so every time we sleep at an inn, yes, our HP is restored and we get our magic points back and we save, but sleeping at an inn does not revive our friends. The only way to revive our friends is to either A, take them to a church and revive them, or B, use a particular white spell to revive them. Now, even if we had like a white mage, we can't learn those spells as a Black Mage. And even if we even if we can revive our party members, it's a deliberate action by the player, so the run is forfeit if we decide to revive them at a church. And because it's a deliberate action, then it's pretty much impossible to break the rules without trying. Because the only way to revive our party members is to take them to a church and revive them. But nope, as far as the world is concerned, they're dead, and they're going to stay at level 1 throughout the entire run, while the Black Mage is going to pretty much be the hero of the game. But yeah, pretty much when it comes to like solo runs, like a solo run of every single class and every single version of Final Fantasy 1 has been done before. Like, this is nothing new. Problem at work. We'll try to be back later. Good luck with the RNG. Okay, good luck with that, Ryoko Freak. Hope everything at your work goes well, whatever is going on. Good luck with that, and I'll see you around. But yeah, pretty much when it comes to the solo runs, pretty much the Fighter, Monk, and Red Mage are definitely like the top 3 easier classes to do solo. Still challenging, but easier classes to do solo is the Fighter, Monk, and Red Mage. But when it comes to the hardest classes, the Black Mage and White Mage are considered the 2nd or 3rd hardest. I haven't really found information which one is truly the hardest. I've heard back and forth whether or not if it's the Black Mage or White Mage, but those 2 are considered like the 2nd or 3rd hardest, whereas the absolute hardest is considered the Thief. And that's if you don't, like, you know, update their class or anything, which that's actually something I'm not going to do. I'm not going to do the class upgrade, because then we're not playing as a Black Mage, we would be playing as a Black Wizard. But yeah, supposedly a solo Thief run is actually harder, and after doing research of what is required for a solo Thief run, all I can say is no. God, no. It's pretty much just RNG and just hope you endure and attack with what limited stuff you have, and that's pretty much it. Like, the solo Thief run is not only the hardest version, but it's arguably the one with the least strategy. it's practically playing as an inferior version of the monk and fighter, essentially, and being incapable of using magic. Whereas the fun with the white mage and black mage is that we can use magic, it's just we suck at offensive damage. But the thing is that the white mage mostly excels at, you know, healing the party, or where the white mage excels at is healing the party or buffing the party, while occasionally using a Dia spell to take down undead enemies. Like, that's pretty much the power of a white mage. Very useful in a normal run, but it's not ideal as a fighter alone. Now, if you're wondering why I'm not using the white mage, that's because Game Champ did it. Game Champ did it. So, you know, go to Game Champ 3000. She did an entire run of beating the entire game with her feet, by the way, of a white mage throughout the entire game. So yeah, watch Game Champ 3000 if you want to see a solo white mage run. I'm going to be essentially doing the black mage run because, for one, again, Game Champ did the white mage run, and that video I'm pretty sure has over 1 million views now. And the solo thief run is just a big hell no because of the RNG involved. And the reason why I'm doing a black mage is because it's like the next masochistic thing next to the white mage that is not the thief. And the thing is that looking things up, while there are definitely runs of like a solo black mage existing, it doesn't really exist as a challenge run form. It doesn't really exist as a challenge run form, and because of that, I want to be the first to do it. Or let me correct that. A solo black mage run has been done on Final Fantasy 1, but it's been done on the remastered versions of the game, not the original NES version. It has been done on the NES version, it has been documented, but in a challenge run form, it has not. Like, I've looked it up, and there's not a single run that says, can you beat Final Fantasy 1 with a black mage? That is actually covered on the NES version. It's always covered on, like, Pixel Remaster or PSP version or something. Like, it's always covered on a later version, but it's never covered on the original version. So I want to try to be the first person to actually do that, to actually cover it as a challenge run idea, you know, on the original NES version. Again, a solo black mage run has been done before. It has been documented, just not in challenge run form, which is why I chose the black mage for the solo run. I mean, yeah, I could do a solo fighter, monk, or red mage run, but the problem is they're too easy. They're too easy, and they're definitely more than possible. Okay, I gotta pay attention to my level ups. Okay, we're still level 4. Ooh, okay, nice. We're getting close to the threshold for leveling up, guys. We're getting close to the threshold, so now we just gotta push like at least 2 more battles, see where our HP, or sorry, EXP value is at. So essentially we want to level up enough that we're at the threshold, and then we gotta roll a 1 in 4 chance that we get one of the stats that we need. Are you enjoying it so far, the run, or is it pretty boring? Well, it's definitely not as boring since I am streaming it. I mean, the grinding is definitely the least fun part of this game. I'll definitely say that for sure. The grinding is the least fun part of the game. It's not enjoyable, but it could be worse. Much worse, honestly. Like, so far the grind now is not so bad compared to when we were level 1. When we were level 1, it was, like, really, really bad. And it took, like, almost 2 hours for us to get the stats we need at level 1, because both agility and vitality were not guaranteed at level 1, and we essentially had a 1 in 16 chance of getting agility and vitality upon the first level up, because pretty much for every class, a particular stat or 3 or 4 are guaranteed at every single level, but any stats that are not guaranteed has a 1 in 4 chance, so a 25% chance of leveling up. Multiply that by the amount of stats that are not guaranteed, and that will raise to like 1 in 16 and 1 in 64, and who knows what for 4 stats that are not guaranteed, but thankfully we don't need to min-max every single stat in the game. For one, I am not min-maxing every single stat in the game. I'm only min-maxing agility and vitality and strength on occasion. I mean, strength is definitely going to be important, especially for the end game when we face up against the final boss fight. But I'm only min-maxing strength at levels where agility and vitality are guaranteed. Honestly, after the Doing Nothing run, I feel any run automatically feels amazing. Oh no, this run is amazing. This run is like 10 out of 10 compared to the Doing Nothing run. This run is superior and more fun to play as compared to the Doing Nothing run, because not only am I doing something, but I'm doing something with just one person. It's much more of an engaging run than the Doing Nothing run in its entirety. Like, even the worst, like, the least worst part of, like, the Doing Nothing run in Persona 5 Royal, which would be Cyanogenous Palace, is garbage and absolute agonizing compared to doing the grinding here. It's not to say that the grinding is great here. It's still pretty bad, but it's definitely a lot less masochistic. Okay, so we're at 49 EXP left to level up, so we're gonna want to try to grind on some lower level number enemies if possible. So like maybe 3 or 4 enemies if possible. Okay, 4 enemies, this is a good start. Now I think the next set of enemies that I want to fight is probably like 3 enemies or something. Or maybe another 4, I don't know. Because I want to grind enough that I am not passing the threshold for leveling up. Because if I don't gain the stats that I need for leveling up, I have to reset. Because I want to mid-max the stats as much as possible. We don't want to just be the best, we want to be better. Terminated. Oh, come on, you can do more damage than 4. Wait, I just realized it's literally the opposite. Instead of the protagonist doing nothing and everyone else doing everything, it's now the protagonist doing everything and party members do nothing. Oh, the party members are doing more than nothing. They are being dead. They are dead, and they are staying dead. And unlike Persona, where they just, you know, come back to life at 1 HP, that's not a thing in this run. They stay dead, and they will remain dead unless we drag them to a church. And that's not going to happen. We're going to have them stay dead for the rest of the run. Because reviving party members is a deliberate action, we essentially found a way to force ourselves to play solo. It's just for the very first battle, we did have to play with all 4. It's just with the first battle, we had to make sure that... shit. It's just with the first battle, we needed to make sure that all 3 party members die and that the Black Mage not only survives, but wins the battle himself. Okay, we definitely got to run from this battle because we will level up if we defeat these enemies. Oh my frickin' god, seriously? Stop getting hit on purpose. Oh my god, seriously? Okay, close call. Shoot. Okay, we definitely lost some money from that leveling up, but you know what, considering that we have been making some money back, we definitely have more than enough to buy some tents. This is not too bad, honestly. Okay, so let me just check my stats. Okay, so 25. So if we fight a horde of 5 enemies, we are guaranteed to level up. And I think fighting a horde of 4 enemies should be just under the HP threshold. So if we get 5 enemies, I have to reset. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is all I need. How's it going? It's going great. I just got to defeat these enemies, so that way I can get myself just under the threshold for getting to level 5. Alright. Yeah, things are going good, Alpha C. How you doing? There we go. Alright, there we go. Monsters perished. So, 18 EXP and 18 gil. Unfortunately, we're not making our money back, but you know what? It's better than what we're doing right now. So anyways, let's see. Okay, so we only need 7 EXP to level up, so even if we fight 3 enemies, we are guaranteed to level up. So we gotta save at the end because we want to min-max our stats. So for those who need a recap of how leveling up works, essentially at every single level, certain stats are guaranteed to level up. And for level 5 in particular, so once again, we're level 4. We're level 4, and then once we level up to level 5, intelligence, which does absolutely nothing in this game because they didn't program intelligence, and vitality are guaranteed to level up, which means strength, agility, and luck individually have a 25% chance of increasing. So any stats that are not guaranteed have a 25% chance of going up. And while we want as much strength as possible, it's mainly agility and vitality that we need the most because we can make do with doing offensive magic damage for most of the run as, well, a black mage. And the only times where we're going to min-max the strength stat is when we are guaranteed to have both agility and vitality go up, and just hope by some RNG chance that we're also gaining some strength along the way at moments where it's like a 25% chance. So, because at level 5, Vitality is 100% guaranteed to go up when we reach level 5, we also want Agility to go up. So essentially, it's a 1 in 4 dice roll. It's a 1 in 4 dice roll that Agility goes up. If Agility does not go up, we reset. So regardless if we're fighting a horde of 5 enemies or 3, that's totally fine, as long as we defeat the enemies and survive at the end, and as long as we gain agility, then that's great. If we happen to gain strength as well, then that's even better. But right now, strength is not the main priority, even though it's like the 3rd priority for mid-maxing. But yeah, intelligence is not going to matter in this run, because intelligence not only is guaranteed to level up at every single level with the black mage, but intelligence was not programmed in the game at all, so it's literally just a number on your character stat screen and nothing else. Okay, come on, black mage, you can survive this. So we're essentially trying to get to level 5, try to guarantee the vitality and agility, and then we're going to try to fight Garland, the very first boss fight of the game, and I've already gone to his temple at the beginning of this stream, so I can get the cap, so that way I can at least raise my defense by 1. It does lower my evasion percentage by 1, but at least I have more than a 50% chance of evading attacks. Okay, so once again, once I level up, Vitality is 100% guaranteed to go up, but it's the agility stat that we want to get. If we get agility, then we got the 1 in 4 dice roll that agility goes up, which is a 25% chance if you don't know how to do your math. Strength would be great as well, but strength is not the absolute priority. It's mostly just agility. Agility, so we have a high chance of dodging. Vitality, so we have more HP to work with. And strength is more 3rd priority, so we can have stronger physical attacks. But we can get stronger physical attacks with us getting better weapons later on in the game. And yeah, let's see here. Monsters perish, so we gotta roll on agility. Is agility gonna go up? Okay, no, agility does not go up because it does show the stats in order. It goes strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and luck. So because intelligence shows up, we did not get our agility up. So yeah, vitality is 100% guaranteed to go up, and luck, which appears after vitality, has a random chance of going up. So yeah, unfortunately, with leveling up, we gotta min-max as much as possible. Strange how Garland is the first boss and only playable in Dissidia. I wouldn't know because I haven't played Dissidia whatsoever. Okay, it's only a group of 3 enemies, but that's totally fine. It doesn't matter if it's a group of 3 enemies or 5 enemies, as long as it's just a set of enemies for me to kill. Because I only care about just trying to get to the next level while getting agility. Yeah, and as long as I'm using the fire spell is 100% guaranteed to hit, unlike physical attacks where it does have a chance of missing. Oh yeah, and seizure warning for anybody who has trouble looking at flashing lights. Unfortunately, that's something I can't control, is the flashing lights whenever I use my black magic. Okay, so let's roll that 4-sided dice. Let's see if we get agility. Yep, there we go. We got it. So we got our agility stat leveled up. There we go. So that's a 1 in 4 chance, a 25% chance that we'll get agility up. Unfortunately, we don't get strength up, but again, that's not going to be the priority in this run. Vitality goes up, and luck does not go up, but that's okay. So there we go. Before I save at the inn, however, we're going to do something else. So yeah, vitality goes up, which means I have more HP than usual. And agility goes up, which means I have a higher chance of dodging attacks. So those are essentially the main stats that I need, is agility and vitality. Vitality because, well, essentially the Black Mage is a walking glass cannon. He's a walking glass cannon. He's really great when it comes to offensive magic spells, but not physical attacks or enduring attacks. Alright, so we're going to buy a few tents now. I think buying 3 tents should do us good for now. I'll buy at least one healing potion, just in case. Okay, so now we're gonna actually try to see if we can fight Garland now while at level 5. So yeah, as you can see, we're now running out of money. Even though we can now do 2 battles back to back outside of Cornelia, it is still too risky because of how much or how little damage we are doing. But thankfully we can actually increase... Lady, can you move? Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. There you go. Oh wait, there is no way out that way. And right now we don't want to buy any magic spells other than just the fire spell. Actually, did I save? Okay, looks like I did save. I hope I saved. Actually, wait. Yeah, I'm at max HP and I have like 4 things of fire, so yeah. What challenge run that you've done so far that you think your favorite? I was thinking it was the Mario one. I'm glad you watched the Mario one because it seems like nobody is watching the Mario one. It's hard to say what my favorite is so far. There are definitely favorites that I have, for sure. In terms of which one is my personal favorite, it's kind of hard to say, honestly. Okay, so now our goal is just getting to the temple where Garland is and hoping that we have enough HP to fight him off. Okay, now I believe tents, if I remember correctly, restore like 30 HP when used, if I remember correctly. But yeah, in terms of what my favorite challenge run is, I think it's somewhere between either the damageless run of Persona 4 Golden, or it's the Majora's Mask without rupees or item drops. I can't say the Mario one is one of my favorites, but it was definitely a very fun run to do. So yeah, by sleeping on a tent on the overworld, not only do we restore 30 HP, but we also save among the overworld, which means if we die, we will spawn back out here, right outside of where Garland is. So now, we're gonna face up against Garland. No one touches my princess, Light Warriors! You impertinent fools! I, Garland, will knock you all down! Well, somebody thinks he's the Hulk. Okie dokie, so here we go. Garland, the first boss fight of the game at level 5 with mid-max agility and vitality. Can we do it? Let's see. So we're definitely going to be going in with fire damage because this will do the most amount of damage and it's a 100% hit guarantee. I don't recall what HP Garland is at. Okay, so first hit and he's already missed. Nice. But yeah, we have to fight Garland in order to progress the story, and oh man, he hits pretty hard. And yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to buff or debuff our enemies right now. There are ways for it, but there's also buffs and debuffs that just straight up don't work, so yeah. So right now, we're just throwing fire damage straight at Garland's face and hoping that it's enough. Okay. Come on, die. Die already. Oh boy. Okay, one more hit and we're dead. We just gotta hope for a lucky dodge. Unfortunately, I'm out of fire. Let's see. Slain. Well, darn it. So yeah, once again, if we reset, we will spawn outside of the temple and we can just keep going at him again and again until he's eventually finished. But by the looks of it, we may need to level up another level to have more vitality and agility. But we'll see. I should probably see how much HP Garland has, just to see how doable he is. Okay, he's now suddenly doing less damage than before. Never mind. Okay, 30 damage, nice. Okay, one last fire. Okay, I'm still alive. And... come on, I'm trying to see the Terminated. Okay, so now I ran out of fire, so I gotta attack him physically. Slain. God darn it. Okay, so he has 106 HP. So 106 HP. So... doing the math, if I can do 30 damage, then technically 4 Fire Blasts should be enough to defeat him. But really it does come down to some bit of RNG with whether or not if we dodge attacks or not, or if we just, you know, take less damage from his attacks. And then of course whether or not if our fire does enough damage. So 106 HP is how much Garland has, and he seems to be neutral to both physical damage as well as magic damage, from what I can tell. And right now we're doing more damage with our magic over physical anyway, so we're just going to throw all 4 of our fires out at him. And then once we leave the temple, we can at least use our tents to restore and save on our way back to the city. Shoot, that's pretty crappy damage. And now we're down to 20 HP. Nice. Just remember, you can dodge attacks, Nits. This is the whole reason we've been maxing, or min-maxing your agility. Ooh, 40 damage. That is really... Yes, we did it! Garland defeated. Monsters perish. And by monsters, we mean just the one monster. So there we go. Garland defeated at level 5. It took about 3 attempts, but we did it. Okay, and thankfully we gain enough EXP that we don't level up, so that's good. 250 gil, which is great because we definitely need that money. No! 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 Run from this. You better run from this, you son of a bitch. No! No! Oh no, 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 no! Are you serious? I defeat Garland and I die to a random encounter by taking 2 steps? Are you serious? Are you freaking serious right now? Do I look like a guy with a lot of time on my hands? Oh my god. No! Oh, that was ridiculous, guys. That was abso-freaking-lutely ridiculous. No. Frick. Are you freaking serious right now? And of course, mind you, I had a chance of running and my character just straight up decided not to run because he wanted to die. He really wants to join his friends, guys. He loves his friends so much that he wants to join them in death. That's how much he misses his friends. Yeah, this is a bad roll. I'm definitely not gonna kill Garland here. Yeah, but if this is not gonna work out, then the alternative is to grind at least another level till we reach level, well, 6. And at least with the next level... Okay, we defeated Garland now. Now, if I remember correctly, we do not warp straight to the castle. Like, I think that's actually something that you do in the later releases of Final Fantasy 1, is that you can instantly warp back to the castle, but I think in the original NES version, you don't. So, you are the Light Warriors, thank you. Oh, okay, never mind, we do. We do warp back. Okay, never mind. Good. Thank you for saving the princess. To aid your quest, I ordered a bridge to the continent, or a bridge built to the continent. Go now and make the orb shine again. Okay, we did it. This loot has been passed down from queen to princess for 2,000 years. Garland stole it when he kidnapped me. Please accept it as my gift. It just might come in handy, which it definitely will. It's an item that we actually need in the final dungeon. The princess always worries about you. Okay, so there we go, guys. We did it. We managed to defeat Garland, save the princess, and we had to defeat Garland twice because of a shitty random encounter that happened. Now, I'm pretty sure there's, nothing in this castle we can get right now. There are chests that we can open, but we have to get the Mystic Key a little later in the game in order to open those said chests. But there we go. We managed to defeat Garland, and we still have 2 tents on us. So we still have 2 tents on us. We're definitely gonna save those tents. Okay, I'm pretty sure there's, nothing in these rooms, but I know these upper rooms where this wise guy is pretty much where the, honestly, I'm still shocked on the absolute, effing horrific luck with those sequence of events, yeah. I mean, it's an old game, it can be cruel, so yeah. Thank you for rescuing the princess. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's, nothing from these, so thank you for saving Princess Sarah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you get nothing from going into these rooms, but I know the upper rooms, you can go in later, but you need the Mystic Key in order to unlock it to go in. Hey, come on, talk to her. My sister is back safe, thank you. Okay, so you don't get any rewards for talking to them. That's what I wanted to make sure. I just wanted to make sure. Oh yeah, and in this version, it's called Castle Corneria, but in later versions it's called Cornelia, with an L instead of an R. But yeah, that's supposed to be the proper pronunciation, is with an L and not an R. Alright. So I'm not sure if we can see it. Yeah, I can't really see it from this angle, but... yeah, I can't really see it from this angle, but somewhere on the upper side, we have a bridge that is built. But before we do that, we're going to save at the end, so that way we don't have to fight Garland again. Thankfully, with us gaining over 200 gil from Garland, we can actually get a little bit more funds to work with. So we're definitely going to grind at least another level before we consider trying to get to the next town. Which is going to take a ridiculously long time because holy crap, look how much experience points we need to do that. Jesus. Okay, so now what we're going to do is that we're going to do a random encounter out here, cross the bridge, and then watch the opening sequence and then return back to the town. So we're just going to destroy these enemies so that way we can at least do a battle while making some money in the process. The original Final Fantasy does have a very high encounter rate similar to Earthbound Beginnings. I haven't played much of Earthbound in general. I have played some of it, but I've never really gone far in any of them. Well, there you go. Garland defeated, so we don't have to worry about Garland anymore. And we can now cross the bridge to the upper continent, which means we can start fighting more powerful enemies. Though we don't want to start fighting powerful enemies just yet. We really only want to do enough. I think we need to get to at least level 6 or 7 before we consider trying to get to the next town. Alternatively, we could try to make the trip a little up north and actually go to a Witch's Cave, which does have some items for us within the Witch's Cave. We can actually do that before we consider making the trip to the next town. And on top of that, we'll be fighting more powerful enemies, which means more EXP and money for us. They're like, join us in the afterlife. Alright guys, I hope you're ready to witness the best cutscene in all of Final Fantasy I. The one that is so iconic that it makes every moment in later Final Fantasy games iconic. The opening scene of us walking across... I just muted my mic and realized I said the bridge after I muted my mic. The epic cutscene of us walking across the bridge. And so their journey begins. What awaits the four, they do not know. So yeah, we're practically puppeteering our dead friends into a dramatic pose for this cutscene. Each holding an orb, or crystal as it's called in some versions, that 200 years ago shined with beauty from within, but now only darkness. Come, start your journey, return the light of peace to our world. This is such a beautiful opening sequence. Even nowadays it looks pretty good. Programmed by Nasser. Oh yeah, they used to have credits at the start of games before the end, by the way. Character design by Yoshitaka Amano. Scenario by Kenji Torada. Production of Square A-Team. But yeah, essentially that music that played, that music would actually be played in almost every Final Fantasy game that would release afterwards. So now that we witnessed the opening cutscene, we're going to go back to the end and save so we don't have to watch the amazing opening cutscene again. As much as I love the opening cutscene, it takes time away from us actually being able to do stuff. So there we go. Now we're going to either grind or try to make our way to the cave that is up north. If we can make our way to the cave up north, then we can grab some loot from there. You know what? I'm going to try that. I'm going to at least try to do that. Try to grab the loot in the cave up north. Oh, we had a different variant of the imp. So this is a great imp. I'm pretty sure that's what the Gur imp is. Okay, one fire blast is enough to kill it. Good. So I don't know if this is suicide or not, but I'm going to try to get to the Witch's Cave up north, loot the chests that are up there, and then return back to town while I'm still at level 5. And since I have, like, you know, a lot of experience to gain, I don't have to worry about accidentally leveling up. In fact, let me just make sure. Yeah, 792. I'm definitely not going to level up on the trip there. It's really strange how things change from the structure and perspective, the credits part, and how the developers tackled game design. Yeah. They even kind of abbreviate their names or make up names in order to, you know, hide who they truly were back then, because I guess they were more concerned about being doxxed, I guess. I don't know. Shit, are these guys worth fighting off or running away from? I'm gonna just try to run away. Close call. Okay, I ran away because, yeah, even though these enemies are a bit beefy and will probably give me more EXP, I really can't risk it if I'm going to die. Okay, so there we go. We managed to make it to the Witch's Cave. So this is the location that we will have to come back to a little later in the game. So, Tickliss Hisub, a magic spell. Oh, well, wait, it's, they read it backwards, right? So, push B select. Push B select? I don't know what the broom is trying to tell me, but apparently I'm supposed to read that backwards. So, push B select, a magic spell. Push B select. Okay, so I mainly came here just for some treasure chests. So a Pure, so this is to cure poison, which is good to have. Heal, so an extra healing potion. Another heal potion, so yeah, you're only coming here just for 2 healing potions and 1 Pure so that we can cure poison. Okay, so all these brooms say the same thing. As for the witch herself, where is my crystal? I can't see anything without it. Who stole my crystal? So yeah, once we get like a crystal ball later in the game, it's actually pretty early in the game, but later in the game, we have to essentially do some fetch questing and give her the crystal ball, and she'll give us what is going to essentially give us the mystic key so we can actually open up some of the chests that are within Garland's castle, Castle Cornelia, and a couple of other locations in the game. Oh, crap. I don't know if I should run from this battle or not. Can't run. Damn it. Okay, the ogre is missing so far. I think these creeps have a chance of poisoning me. Okay, they're missing so far. Now, it wouldn't be so bad if I had AoE, like, a way to attack them, like, you know, AoE damage, but unfortunately I don't have that right now. Jeez. Okay, considering that it's really only 2 healing potions and 1 pure potion, I'm really not missing out on the chest that is within the Witch's Cave, so I don't think it's really something I'm missing out on. I think for now I just need to grind a bit more. I just need to grind a bit more and get myself to at least either level 6 or level 7. Because, yeah, looking back at the stat screen, let me just see here. Looking back at the stat screen, so at level 6, agility and luck is guaranteed, which means, let's see, agility and luck, which means I have to, a 1 in 4 dice roll for a vitality. At level 7, strength and vitality are guaranteed, which means it's a 1 in 4 dice roll for agility. And then at level 8, both agility and vitality are not guaranteed, but I should be able to get 15 luck, which is exactly the amount of luck I need to guarantee myself running away from battles. So I think I'll grind at least one more level to level 6, and then I'll try to make my way to the next town. So it will be a while before I can get to level 6, and it will be a 1 in 4 dice roll in order to get, what was it, Vitality? Because Agility is guaranteed at the next level, as well as Luck. So it'll be a 1 in 4 dice roll to get Vitality, because as I've already shown, we definitely need the Agility and Vitality if we want a chance of being able to survive in this game as a Black Mage. Because again, the Black Mage is your glass cannon of the game. And when you have a glass cannon, well, they break easily even if they do a lot of damage. And plus, the sooner we get to the next town, the sooner we can get the ice spell, which means we can output more magic damage. And the sooner we can beat the pirates in the next town, the sooner we can get, what was it called? The ship, so we can sail to the third town, and we can get AoE damage, because we want AoE elemental damage, so we can breeze through these fights much, much efficiently. Once we're able to get, like, some of the spells in the third town, the rest of the run should, or most of the grind should go a lot more smoother than before. And that's not to say that it will be easier. It will still be harder, and it will still be grindy, but it will definitely be a lot more sane and doable. So we essentially want to grind at least 2 battles, enough that we're gaining more money than we are spending at the inn. And we want to buy at least maybe a couple more tents, so that way we can make the trek to the next town. And we also want to make sure that we have at least enough money as well, so we can buy the ice spell in the next town, while also being able to purchase the end trip when we get to the next town. Because yeah, again, the only 2 ways to save is to use a tent, cabin, or house on the overworld, or sleeping at an inn. There's like no other way of saving in the game. And sure, the other ways of saving in the game are exclusive in the remastered versions, which pretty much has you using the quick save feature, but a quick save feature was not a thing that existed in the original game. Alright, so defeating these enemies should definitely give us the money that we need for the inn, and considering that we did another battle beforehand, we're definitely going to be making a profit. It's just a matter of us being able to defeat these enemies without dying. But this is all the more reason why we maxed out our agility and vitality and got the cap from Garland's castle, so we can endure most of the damage taken. Okay, so I don't think we can use fire anymore, so yeah, we gotta physical damage the remaining 3. And the unfortunate thing with physical damage is that we have a chance of doing so little damage, like 4 damage, because I'm pretty sure we need like 8 damage in order to defeat one of them. And then, of course, there's the chance of us missing. And that's the one upside with the Black Mage, is that elemental damage never misses. Like, the only thing that does have the potential of missing is insta-killing spells, which there are a couple that we learned with the Black Mage. Insta-killing spells obviously have a chance of missing, but any elemental damage never misses. So once we're able to learn AoE elemental damage, then we're going to be able to grind much, much efficiently. I mean, money will still be an issue since later inns will cost a lot more money to sleep at. But if we do some of the runs, like around Cornelia, then we only have to pay 30 for the inn trip, and we're still able to make a profit. Since this is a Black Mage run, the AoE spells are Tier 2 magic and Tier 3 magic. Flare and Death are banned since those spells require you to turn into a Black Wizard. Yeah, they are. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, this Flare spell is something we cannot learn, which is a level 8 spell, I believe. But yeah, Flare is unfortunately a spell we're not going to be able to learn because that you can only learn that as the Black Wizard, and I am banning the class upgrade to a Black Wizard in this run. Like, I'm not going to ban myself getting the Rat's Tail. Like, I'll definitely try to get the Rat's Tail in this run more for Bragging Rights, but I'm not going to get the upgrade by visiting Bahamut. So I'm not going to get the upgrade by visiting Bahamut, but I will definitely raid the chests that are in the Dragon's homes. God damn it, Pauline, stop blocking the way. Okay, can you move? Move. Thank you. Stupid NPCs blocking the way. Okay, gotta make sure that I'm not accidentally leveling up to the next level, and I definitely won't for quite a long while. So I think what I'm gonna do is try to grind some money and get to level, what was it, level 6? Yeah, get to level 6, and it will thankfully just be a 1 in 4 dice roll for the stat that is not guaranteed. So essentially we want to do 2 battles back to back outside of Cornelia, so that way we are making money on top of grinding experience. And we pretty much want to grind to the point that we're at the threshold of level 6, but not get to level 6 yet. And then pretty much, you know, bank on the 1 in 4 dice roll that we get the stat that is not guaranteed. Which, let me check the stat again. So agility is guaranteed, but vitality is not. So it's pretty much the vitality stat that has a 25% chance of appearing. And luck is guaranteed at the next level, which is great because I think we're 13 luck. And once we get 15 luck, then we are guaranteed to run from battles. So once we get to the next level, we'll be at 14 luck, which means we only need one more thing of luck, and we should be able to run from most enemy encounters. Go, terminated. But yeah, unfortunately, just going around in the overworld is definitely going to be extremely dangerous for us with how under-equipped we are. But yeah, so we get 24 gold from fighting 4 enemies, we get 30 gold from fighting 5 enemies, and just under 20 from fighting 3 enemies. But even if we fight 2 back-to-back 3 enemies, then we're still making a bit of money. So essentially we're doing 2 back-to-back battles to make money, as well as gain the experience we need to progress to the next level. So even though we're making very minuscule amount of money, that little bit is going to add up over time because we need a certain amount in order to get the ice spell. I think we might need like 200 gil or something in order to get the ice spell in the next town, because the moment we get the ice spell, then we'll be able to use a lot more magical damage, because again, magic damage never misses in this game unless it's well, ailment or death or whatever. If it's ailment or death, then there is a chance of it missing, but if it's like elemental damage, it never misses. Worst case scenario is that an enemy like just resists the damage, but there's like no such thing as an enemy that nullifies damage. At least I don't think there is. I don't think there's a single enemy that nullifies damage, and I'm not talking about ailment attacks or death attacks. I'm talking about elemental damage. I don't think there's a single enemy that exists that nullifies elemental or physical damage. They just only resist it. Okay, so that was 2 battles back to back, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was 2 battles back to back, so I'm gonna save. So yeah, even though we're gaining a little bit of money back, that little bit is gonna add up over time, because we definitely want that to add up over time. We want just enough tents so we can make it to the next town. And I'm pretty sure in the next town it's going to cost 50 gold. Okay, enemies have an advantage, so I'm just going to reset. Yeah, 5 sets of enemies have a monster advantage. I'm just going to reset because that's gonna decrease my chances of winning 2 battles back to back. And I really don't want to win just the 1-5 battle and move on. But yeah, once I reach the 3rd town, which is the Elfland, whatever it's called, that's when I'll be able to learn AoE spells. The only downside is how pricey it's going to be. Depending on how pricey it's going to be determines on when I'm going to be able to learn those spells. But once I learn those spells at both level 3 and level 4 tier, then I'll be able to output the best amount of damage possible. Not only will it do more damage than the tier 1 and tier 2 spells, but it will do AoE damage, which means every single enemy is getting hit by it. So even if they resist it, they're still taking damage from it. And even if they resist elemental, well, bonking them with a staff is always an option. Now, I mean, I was originally thinking of doing a magic-only run and never bothering with the strength with physical damage, but unfortunately that's just straight up impossible. I mean, it's probably plausible with the right enemy encounters and the right amount of RNG, but yeah, I'm not going to do that. It's going to be just a straight up Black Mage solo run. Okay, so that was the first battle, which I'm pretty sure was just 3 enemies. So first battle with just 3 enemies, so it doesn't matter if it's 5 enemies, 4 enemies, or 3 enemies, as long as it's just a second encounter, I should be able to gain more money than the amount that I have to pay. Or no, I'm not getting more money than the amount I'm paying for the in-trip, but I'm getting at least some gold back as I'm paying for the in-trip. Okay, so I can do 2 more fire damage, so I'll just kill 2 with fire and then 1 with bonking. I should be able to have enough HP to finish this. So essentially the goal right now is just to get to the next level and get the guaranteed agility and vitality stats, well, maybe another stat as well. I mean, strength is going to be like the 3rd priority stat when it comes to leveling up. Luck really does not matter all that much to us until we get 15 luck, but since we only need 2 things of luck anyway, since we're already at 13 luck, and luck is already guaranteed at the next level, we really don't have to worry about our luck stat in the slightest. Because, well, this game was programmed on duct tape, as Game Champ says. The running algorithm is completely broken, so once we get 15 stats of luck, running is always guaranteed. Okay, so that was 2 battles back to back, so time to save. And I also need to constantly check to see how we're doing. So yeah, it's going to be quite a long while, guys. It's going to be quite a long while before we get to the next possible level. So as you can tell, even though grinding here is safe and efficient, it's not time efficient. If we want to be able to make this efficient, we got to be able to get to the next town. We got to be able to learn the ice spell, defeat the pirates within the 2nd town, and make our way to the 3rd town to learn the AoE damage. Once we learn AoE damage, we should be able to level up a lot more faster, be able to grind against higher level enemies to guarantee that we are gaining the most amount of experience and guild possible. Because if we just continue grinding here against imps, then yeah, it's going to take like 1,000 streaming days before we can eventually get to the max level, which is level 50. So I have 4 things of fire damage, so I'm just going to defeat 3 of them, bonk the remaining 2, and then do the second encounter with the 2 remaining fire bullets I have left. And yeah, we won't be able to use 5 things of fire until level 7. So I think once I reach the next town, I'm gonna want to not only learn the ice spell, but level up to at least 7, so that way I can use 5 things of fire. And then I gotta somehow make it to the elf land without, well, dying. Wait. Shoot. Okay, I'll save 1 thing of fire for the next battle because there's like 3 imps right here and I just can't risk dying right now. Get rid of that imp, save the last fire for the next battle, bonk the remaining enemies, and even if I fail at getting through the second encounter, at least I'm making 30 gil in this one, so I have enough for the in trip. It's just I want to make more money than the amount that I'm making for just the in trip. Do. Monsters perished. Alright, 30 gil and 30 points. Okay, now I just gotta do a second encounter. Hopefully I get less than 5 enemies to make it doable. But even if I do get 5 enemies, hopefully I get a good advantage to start off with. Monster strike first. Great. What a great start. Okay, you have a high agility stat. Please dodge everything, please. Oh my god, seriously? Critical hit already? I might have an advantage of winning this one. Just burn 1 enemy and then just bonk the remaining 3. And just hope that he remembers that he can dodge. Again, this is the primary reason why you want to min-max agility, so you can guarantee those dodges, because while vitality guarantees a high HP, agility guarantees a high chance of dodging, so we definitely want both stats to go up, because if we want a glass cannon to be reliable, we gotta rely on him being able to dodge, not just tank damage. How's my handsome wolf doing? People are not gonna know what you are talking about out of context, Sig Paladin. Right now we're doing a solo Black Mage run. We've beaten the first boss fight of the game, Garland, and now we're trying to slowly but surely grind to level 6 before we go to the next town in the game. Okay, there we go. We're doing good-ish. Just bonk the enemy to death, please. There we go. 8 damage, good. Made it by the skin of our teeth with 7 HP. I used up all my fire spells. That was 2 battles back to back, so I'm definitely making money as I'm grinding. But yeah, we're doing good so far, Egg Paladin. We are pretty much doing a run where we get through the entire game with just the Black Mage. And right now, as I said before, we've already beaten the first boss of the game, Garland. We got the best possible armor we can have equipped on our Black Mage, and right now, we're doing 2 back-to-back battles outside of Cornelia, the first town of the game, and trying to slowly but surely make some money while also leveling up. But on top of leveling up, I also need to make sure I min-max my stats, considering that any stats that are not guaranteed at each level up have a 25% chance each of going up. Frick, I already get critical damage first hit, seriously? Well, less enemies we leave alive, the higher chance we have of getting through the fight. Unfortunately, the game doesn't really tell you which enemy is attacking. And I'm pretty sure the turn order is randomized, so it's not like it's always the same order within the same fight, I don't think. So even if we know who's going to attack next, really the only strategy is attacking whoever's the biggest threat. What's your favorite and least favorite Final Fantasy game? Wow, very assumptuous that I played every single Final Fantasy game, man. I've really only played and beaten Final Fantasy X, 15, and 1. That's it. And I absolutely adore Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy 15, and Final Fantasy 1, I guess, would technically be the least favorite, but it's still a good game. Though I have been recently playing through Final Fantasy 2 on the Pixel Remaster, and I guess that would be the next least favorite game, gameplay-wise, but story-wise, it's definitely better than the first game. So far from what I've played, I've only made it to the Snow Cavern. Because, yeah, I have not played 3, 4, 5, 6. I've only touched a little bit of 7, but never really got through 7. I haven't touched 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, or 16. Some of the other games that I can think of, I have not played Final Fantasy Tactics, Dissidia. In terms of other games, I've touched a little bit of Final Fantasy X too. What else? I played through Kingdom Hearts, if you count that as a Final Fantasy game. I played through the first Kingdom Hearts game, Final Mix, on the hardest difficulty, both on my PC and PlayStation 5, and 100%ed it on Proud Mode. You know, both versions. And yeah, Kingdom Hearts is a really great game. And then as for some of the later games, I played through Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, which I guess would probably be my least favorite game out of every Final Fantasy game I played. Story-wise, it was great, but gameplay-wise, whew boy, was it not a bad game, but I wouldn't necessarily that good of a game either, gameplay-wise. And as of now, I've been playing through Kingdom Hearts 2, and I'm currently on the Space Paranoids level, and Kingdom Hearts 2 is, like, really good. Kingdom Hearts is more of a Final Fantasy spin-off, but with Disney added. Yeah. Oh yeah, what happens to the Final Fantasy X streams? I can't remember what happened in the last stream of it. Oh yeah, speaking of which, with Final Fantasy X, when I was doing my last stream of Final Fantasy 1, I had my computer playing itself, doing the Sin Scale Finn fight, when you leave Besaid. Essentially, I'm having the gameplay itself so I can over-level. Like, there's an exploit to over-level and grind against the Finns without taking damage. And essentially, I had the game playing itself for like 4.5 days straight. And mind you, it was on my laptop, so there was a bit of lag to it. And doing that, I managed to gain like over 60 skill spheres for the characters. So unfortunately it wasn't 99 like I was hoping, but I was gaining a lot of skill spheres, essentially trying to mid-max the skill spheres, or no, not the skill spheres, the AP spheres, the spheres for your sphere grid, as much as possible, so that way I can have as much of the skills and stats as early game as possible. Because when it comes to Final Fantasy, as I mentioned before, you have a chance of dodging physical attacks, but any elemental damage is 100% guaranteed to land on you. So I had to pretty much min-max my stats as much as possible, but I pretty much delayed and didn't really continue my Final Fantasy X run for a good while, honestly. I pretty much didn't continue it because it was just an absolute burnout with how much I had to grind for just the start of the game. But since I got through arguably the worst part and I min-maxed the stats in the best way possible, I think I can probably continue the run and actually continue the rest of it. It's just I don't have as much motivation to continue it, but at least I have a start of actually continuing it and potentially finishing it. You thinking of streaming Final Fantasy X again, or do you want to finish the Final Fantasy 1 run first? I really don't know. I personally don't know if I'm going to stream more of Final Fantasy X or if I'm going to try to record it in my own time. I'm probably sticking more to the idea of recording it in my own time because it's just better video quality. Whereas for Final Fantasy 1, it's really not going to matter if it's that low of a quality, to be honest. Terminated. Yeah, never underestimate our cute black mage. He might look like a cute little guy with his eyes poking out of his hood, but this guy can do some serious damage to your overall well-being. Yeah. Yeah, the black mage design is so darn cute. He's like peeking out of his hood and he's like, maybe if I throw a fire spell at this moment, my friends will like me. Oh wait, my friends are all dead. Darn it. And yeah, I had to make sure that the fighter is at least one of the dead party members. Like, it's definitely ideal to have, like, a bunch of black mages, but I think it would look visually boring if I had 4 black mages on screen at once. I wanted to make sure I had a different class of each, and I had to make sure that one of them is a fighter, considering that the fighter is often considered the protagonist look of Final Fantasy 1. And considering that the fighter is the tank of Final Fantasy 1, the fact that he is dead and not the black mage just makes the run all the more ironic in a way. The thief, because, well, the thief is infamous for being the worst class in the game, and the white mage because, well, it's probably more infamous than the monk and the red mage. I purposely chose those classes just for an iconic look, if anything. So that way, as I continue the run, I essentially just have, like, my 3 party members dead, while also giving you hidden messages of what I want you guys to do. Like, subs, and hype. I love Black Mage's design so much. Yeah, the Black Mage is so cute. I just want to pet the poor. I just want to pet the little guy. He's just so cute. Terminated. Alright, so that was 5 enemies back to back, or 5 enemies. I have to do a second encounter, even though I'm pretty low on my HP. I just gotta hope that the next encounter is not a set of 5 enemies. But unfortunately, I have no control over that. Okay, 4 is at least somewhat manageable, and I have at least 1 bullet left to fire, which I instantly use first, so this imp does never gets a chance to attack. So now I just gotta bonk the remaining 3 to death, and hope I endure or dodge every single attack that comes my way. But thankfully I have the best possible endurance with the cloth that I can buy in the town, and the cap that I can get from Garland's temple. And thankfully the Black Mage has some pretty high evasion. It's like a little over 50%, but that's actually definitely a really good percentage to have. So now it's just a matter of just bonking these enemies to death. Once again, trying to level up and min-max our agility and vitality so we can stay alive for as long as possible. And shoot! Oh my god, just survive, please. Survive. Terminated. Good. Just remember you can dodge, you idiot. Like that. Good. Dodge. Don't tank the damage. Don't try to be like your friend, like. Don't be like. And just try to survive. Okay, there we go. We got a good chance. Okay, good. Dodge. Attack. Okay, not enough damage, but you still got a chance. There we go. 2 battles back to back, which means we're making money as we're doing our grind. If you pet him, I think he'll make you into a KFC chicken. At least he'd be cute while doing it. Yeah, probably. Probably shouldn't underestimate what a Black Mage can do to me. Okay, so I used up all my fire. I'm down to 11 HP, but at least I did 2 battles back to back, which means I'm gaining gil as I'm doing the grind. So since I did like the first battle was like 5 enemies, that's 30 gil, which is for the in-trip, and I made 24 gil from those enemies, which means I made 24 gil from doing those fights. I made 24 gil, which is good, because that's exactly what I need. It's not just the level up to get to the next level, but also the extra money, and oh boy, I just realized just how long it's going to take to get to the next level, but yeah. A part of me wonders if I should just try to make it to the next town now, or if it's too dangerous to. Actually, how much is the ice spell? I need to see how much the ice spell is, because if the ice spell is like too expensive, I want to make sure I have at least enough guild for both the ice spell as well as the inn trip. Let's see, ice. So Provoca, which is the name that you can get it at, and the price is... Where's the price? Okay, no, it's not Ice 2 I'm looking at. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm looking at the wrong ice thing. Hold on. Okay, hold on, no. 400. 400 gil. So I'm not even at... Shoot. So yeah, it's 400 gil from what I've researched. So yeah, I'm not even at 400 gil. And considering that the inn is going to cost like 50, yeah, we got to grind more, unfortunately. We got to grind more money. And unfortunately, going to the Witch's Cave, which we tried to do before but died, only gives us 2 healing potions and 1 pure item, which is great on its own, but yeah, we're going to need... We're going to need more money, so we're going to probably need to grind to about 500 gil, mostly so we can get the ice spell from the second town, but also have enough gold to sleep at the inn at least twice. So if we're slowly but surely gaining money over time, I think we might as well grind to level 6. I think we might as well grind to level 6 while also getting the money we need to buy the ice spell, because we need the ice spell if we want to constantly output magical damage. Because again, magical damage never misses, and as you can see with my magic slot, I can use the ice spell at least 3 times. I can use the ice spell at least 3 times once I learn it. And considering that I can use the fire spell like 4 times, that means I can use spells 7 times, which means I can definitely do hordes of 5 imps in one go and still have enough magic for the next encounter. And I think ice does a slight bit more damage than the fire and electric that I can learn in the first town anyway, so that would actually be very good to have. So we definitely want to get to the next town so we can learn the ice spell. But we need to make sure that we have enough money for it, and since it's more conservative to grind here, where the inn trip only costs 30 gil instead of 50 gil, we want to probably grind until we're about 500 gil for the trip there and back. And we also need to consider the fact that we might need to buy some tents for the trip there. Okay. Don't use our magic. We'll save the magic for the next battle. So we got to make sure that we always do 2 battles back to back, regardless if it's just a group of 3 enemies. So that way we're always making money. Stop missing on purpose, you idiot. So yeah, I think we're just going to continuously grind until we're over 500 gil after paying for an inn trip. And, or at least grind until we reach level 6 at the least. Level 6 will also gain in the vitality and agility we need at level 6. Because I'm pretty sure the pirates in the next town, there's like 9 of them, and I'm pretty sure just 1 spell is more than enough to defeat them. But we got to make sure that we also have enough endurance and agility in order to defeat them. So we might need to probably grind to level 7 to make it affordable, but I don't know, we'll see. Because if we have to fight 9 pirates in the next town, and we can use 7 spells back to back, that means we would have to kill 2 pirates with physical only. Let me just check here. So at level 6, it would be 4 level 1 and 3 level 2, which means we could use 7 spells back to back against the pirates. And yeah, level 7. At level 7, I can use 5 fire spells and 3 ice spells. So if I grind to level 7, then I can use 8 fire spells and only have to destroy the last pirate with melee. So, I don't know, I might need to grind to level 7 instead of level 6 instead. And unfortunately, it seems like the more ideal way of doing that is to continuously grind in Cornelia, where at least I'm guaranteed to win, because even in Cornelia, I'm still guaranteed to lose. I mean, maybe I can probably make a decent profit by just grinding at the tip-top of the bridge, but I don't know that for sure. Maybe I'll try grinding a little above the bridge just to see how much gil I can get back. Because if I can get more gil and experience points up there, then I can speed up the grinding a slight bit. Okay, so we're low on magic, low on health, and that was 2 battles back-to-back, so that means we made some money back. Okay, so we're at 415 gil. Now, in terms of, so 456, so we've still got a long way to go before we reach level 6. As much as I want to grind to level 7, I mean, I don't want to grind to level 7, but as much as I probably should grind to level 7, it's probably going to take an even longer time just to get there. So I think what I'm going to do is actually see if there's, like, a decent amount of enemies that I can fight on the northern side of the bridge. No, it's like the same amount of enemy encounters as if I were grinding around the town, by the looks of it. And just defeat these enemies, make my way back to town with a second battle, and then maybe just grind above the bridge and see if I can get, like, a better set of enemies that I can fight that will give me more experience and gil. Because if they can give me more experience than gil, then I can, at the very least, make more money. Do do do. Bow, bow, bow. Okay, so even though I still have one use of fire left, I'm just gonna bonk the remaining enemies, save the fire spell for the second encounter, and just hope that I do enough damage to defeat them in one bonk. Yeah, 6 damage doesn't do it. I'm pretty sure these imps have either 7 or 8 HP. So sometimes one bonk is enough to defeat them, and most of the times it's not. So if that was just a single bonk, that would have defeated that imp, no problem. But because it's the second bonk, I'm overkilling it. But unfortunately, unlike Final Fantasy X, overkilling enemies does absolutely nothing. Okay, so let's make our way back to town. While doing a second battle on the way, and thankfully we got a first chance to strike, so this is not so bad. Because at least we're gaining money back. And our first encounter was actually 5 imps, so we're gaining about 18 gil out of this grind. "11 terminated." Yeah, I used up the fire, okay. Alright, nice. Da 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 da. Alright, there we go. So now let's go back to the inn, save. And I think I'll try that again. Try grinding above the bridge and see if I can actually get a better set of enemies than the ones around the castle. Because if I can get a better set of enemies, then that'll probably make the grind go a little bit more efficient, but I don't know if it will. Okay, here we go. Some mad ponies, I think they're called. Okay, they're definitely doing a lot of damage to me, but let's see if one fire damage is enough to defeat them. See how much these mad ponies give me. Oh shit, one fire damage is not enough to defeat them? Are you serious? Okay, this might be a bad grind. Crap. Two fire damage is not enough to defeat him. Yeah, this is not a good grind. That is not a good grind. So if we get those mad ponies, we just gotta hope we only get one of those, because yeah, that is definitely not a good grind. So unfortunately, I think we're stuck grinding around Cornelia because this game loves me. Maybe I can get better encounters if I go closer to Garland's temple. Nah, doesn't look like it. So let's burn one enemy, bonk the rest, and then burn the remaining enemies with the remaining fire spells we have. Alright, let's bonk the rest to death. Stop missing on purpose! Is it really too hard to ask to not miss on purpose? At least you're decent at dodging, but never mind, I take that back, you took damage. Stop missing on purpose! Does it look like I'm grinding for no reason? I'm grinding for a reason. I'm grinding so you can survive against the later enemies, you idiot. Hit the enemies. There you go. Good dodging. Now hit the goddamn enemy. I know you have more bullets for your fire, but you can save it for the next fight. Oh my god. 4 damage. You can do better than that, Black Mage. You can do better than that. So yeah, I think I'll definitely grind to level 6, and then hopefully I can gain over 500 gil by the end of it, when I reach level 6. And then after that, I should be able to, you know, buy enough tents, make the trip to the next town, and I should be able to have at least 2 in trips, while also being able to purchase the ice spell, so I can do more elemental damage. Alright, so I got 3 fire, so I can kill 3 imps with fire, and then bonk the last one with my staff. Ugh, critical hit, jeez. Okay, well, I should be fine, I should be fine. As long as I get those evades in, I should be fine. Or just take minuscule damage. So just use the remaining fires that I have. So once again, even if it's just 2 different encounters with 3 imps, I'm still making more money than I am if I were to just do a single battle with 5 imps. Because if I do a single battle with 5 imps, I'm making 30 gold, which is, or 30 gil, not gold, 30 gil, which is the exact amount that I need in order to sleep at the inn. But if I do 2 battles back to back, regardless of the amount of enemies there are, then I am always making more money than I am wasting money at the inn. So once again, the goal is to pretty much try to get over 500 gil, so that way we can use the 400 in order to get the ice spell in the next town, while also being able to have at least enough funds to sleep at the inn that is there. And maybe sleep a second time, depending on whether or not if we can efficiently grind out in the next town. Because, yeah, we're getting to a point where it's gonna take, like, hours to get to the next level. Like, we're not at that point yet, per se. Yeah, 366. I don't know how long it's been since I fought Garland, but whenever that's been, yeah, that'll give you an idea of just how long it's going to take for us to get to the next level. If it's going to take hours for us to get to the next level, that's a sign that we definitely need to try to find a new grinding strategy and try to get to the next town. Obviously, the downside with us going to the next town is that A, we're potentially putting ourselves in more danger, and B, we may not be making the money back that we need to sleep at the inn. And once again, the next town requires us to pay 50 gil to sleep at the inn, unlike Cornelia, which only requires us to pay 30 gil. Okay, I'll kill at least 2 of these imps with fire, bonk the remaining 2 to death with my staff, and save the other 2 bits of fire for the second battle. My can of Dr. Pepper is gone. All I have left is a full thing of water I barely drank, and a little bit of coffee. Okay, 8 damage. That's more than enough to kill 1 imp. That's good to know. God damn it, stop missing on purpose. Good dodging, but that doesn't mean you miss the enemy on purpose. There you go. That's a good black mage. So yeah, we just gotta continuously grind until we eventually get to that threshold for level 6, and then try to get level 6, and then I'll decide whether or not if I'll stream more and try to get to the next town. But yeah, I think I need to get to at least level 6 so I have better agility and vitality, so I have at least a good chance of getting to the next town. Okay, another set of 4 enemies, so we're making at least how much money? About 18 gil ish, I think. Alright, 1 more fire spell for this imp, lucky him, and then we just bonk the remaining imps to death. There's definitely planes flying outside on my end. So yeah, 7 damage doesn't defeat the enemy, but 8 damage does. So yeah, their total HP is 8. Do. Okie dokie, there we go. So yeah, 24, that would be 48, so we'd be making, yeah, 18 gold, or it's not gold, it's gil. It's not gold, it's gil. That's what the G stands for, is gil, not gold. Okay. So 318, still got a while to go, and we got 468 gil of money. So we'll probably reach the 500 before we reach level 6, but I'm definitely not going to head to the next town until I, well, have both. So even if I reach the 500 gil, I'm not going to go to the next town until I have level 6 for more vitality and agility. Because I gotta guarantee that I make myself to the next town while also being safe. And I think as of now I have like 2 tents on me, so I can use 2 tents on the way. But I might need more tents to brute force myself to the next town. But the problem is that I don't want to potentially soft-lock myself in the next town because the enemies that I have to fight around there are too high, and I can't make enough money to get another tent or whatever. Because I'm pretty sure I can buy more tents in the next town, but it's just whether or not if I'm going to have enough money for it, so it's going to be unfortunately too risky if I were to try to do it too soon. So I'll definitely make sure I get to level 6, make sure that both agility and vitality go up. Strength is more third priority if possible, but if strength does go up, then that's great. Monsters perished. 1818. So yeah, doing 2 encounters with groups of 3 imps, that's like 36 skill, which means I'm making about 6 skill back. Okay, I only have 2 things of fire, so I gotta burn 2 with fire and then bonk the rest with my staff. Thankfully, with my more than expected of vitality and agility than the game expects, I'm definitely making this more than possible. But yeah, whenever the odds seem to be against us, we definitely want to try to like curve stomp those odds more towards us before we consider going to the next part of the game. Because if we do it too soon, we can potentially soft lock or save in a situation where we're unable to recover from. Because one thing's for sure is that if we're going to do dungeons, we need to make sure we not only gain the max amount of possible spells that we can at the level we're at, but we also want to make sure that we enter dungeons with like 99 things of potions if possible. And since potions cost about 60 gil per potion, 60 times 99, yeah, that's going to add up a lot of gil. But unfortunately, as overkill as that sounds, it's going to be essential for a solo run, is entering dungeons with like 99 things of potions. Yeah, I'm out of magic, right? Yeah, I am. So bonk these enemies, and then I return to the inn. As long as I don't get back-to-back critical damages and my Black Mage does not miss on purpose like an idiot, then I should be fine. Yeah, I got this. So yeah, it's already taken more than an hour for me to get to the next level, and shit, that was critical. One more critical and I can be dead. And oh my god! Stop missing on purpose. Okay. Definitely gotta save at the end. Don't be greedy and fight a third battle. Alright, there we go. Time to save. Okay, so now we're at 481 gil. Good, good, good. 481 gil. 270 EXP left. So once again, we pretty much want to grind until we're about the threshold of getting to level 6, regardless if we fight a group of 5 or 3 enemies. Okay, so I'll just burn one enemy, bonk the remaining 2, and then save my other 3 fires for the next fight. There we go. 18 gil. Okay, and then just one more fight so we can make our money. Okay, small amount of enemies, but at least we're making money. And I have like 3 things of fire, so I can burn 3 of these imps, no problem. And once again, elemental damage is 100% guaranteed to hit. The only potential detriment is whether or not if an enemy resists elemental damage, but thankfully imps are neutral to everything. Alright, now I just gotta bonk the last enemy to death and then save at the end. Doing pretty good so far. So yeah, 7 damage doesn't defeat the enemy, but 8 damage will. And I survived with like 50 HP. That's probably like one of my best attempts recently. Monsters perished. So there we go. I definitely made some money off of that. I think I made like only 6 gil. I made only 6 gil from that encounter, from those 2 encounters. But it's better than nothing, and I'm inching my way towards 500 gil, which again is one of the requirements I need. 500 gil, so I can pay 400 for the ice spell, while also being able to purchase 2 inn trips in the next town. But if I can grind even more gil than that, just so I can buy, like, you know, a few extra tents, then that would actually definitely make the trip there a lot less anxiety-inducing. Oh my god, can you have my black mage attack, please? Oh shit, critical damage already and I barely even attacked an enemy. I'm gonna have the second half of my sandwich, I'm getting hungry. So I think I'll use 3 fires here and then 1 for the next fight. So hopefully the next fight is not another set of 5 of these guys. There you go, good dodging. I'm getting a lot of good dodges in here. Wow, I'm really dodging a lot of attacks. And you know what? It's going to be even better once I level up. So unfortunately that was just one battle, so I need to do a second battle so I can at least make some money. I mean, I pretty much made the amount for the in-trip, but I want to make sure that I'm also gaining money out of these battles. Okay, it's only 3 imps. This is definitely far more manageable. Okay, that was my last fire, so now I just gotta bonk the remaining 2 to death, save at the end, while also acknowledging that I made some money on the way. For the record, that was not a fart, that was my sock going against the chair. That sound. Sorry, I just had good time to take my vitamins. I'll take my zinc. And, shit, I just left my vitamin C outside of my room. I'll have my vitamin C later. At least I have my zinc here. And I guess while I'm at it, get some fiber pills in me. There we go. Gotta remain in good health if I'm gonna continue doing these games for the rest of my life. Okay, so that was 2 battles back to back, with one of them being 5 enemies, so I made 18 gil from that. Alright, save. And there we go, 511 gil. So we definitely got the amount that we need for at least 2 in trips and for getting the ice spill in the next town. But even though we have the amount of gil that we need, I am not leaving Cornelia until I'm at least at level 6. I want to at least get to level 6 so that way I have at least enough agility and vitality to get to the next town. And if I can get an extra stat of luck, then I can at least increase my chances of running from battles. Because, yeah, pretty much once we get 15 luck, we're always going to guarantee ourselves to run from battles unless a battle encounter is scripted to be unrunnable, because unfortunately that does exist where you get unrunnable battles. Okay, 4 enemies back to back, so I'll just burn 2 of them and then bonk 2. And save the other 2 fire spells for the next encounter. So there we go. We got over 500 gil now, even with an in trip. So now we just need to grind until we're at the threshold of level 6, and then roll a 1 in 4 chance of getting. It was agility, right? Agility, because the vitality is guaranteed at the next stat. Let me just second check. No, agility is guaranteed, but vitality is not. So vitality is not guaranteed at the next level up, so we want to make sure that we do the 1 in 4 dice roll to get vitality up. You can do this, Black Mage. So just bonk the remaining enemies to death, save the 2 fire spells for the next fight. Because even though we got the gil we need, we still want to make sure we're making money, because the more money we have, the higher chances we have of being able to sleep at an inn or purchase items that we need in the next town, and we definitely need money if we want to survive. Just like in real life. To think that money is really only a concept because us humans made it be. In reality, if everybody in the world was rich and could do whatever we want, then nobody would be working in factories anymore, nobody would be able to buy things anymore, and we would realize that everything was only functional because of people being able to work in factories to begin with. If everyone was rich and was able to do whatever they want, then suddenly money would be worthless. Money really only exists just so we can have some sort of order in this world. Because if nobody's working on farms or working in factories, then money and products that we need are not being produced anymore, because everybody wants to be able to live on a yacht or go in an expensive hotel, but those yachts are not going to be able to run anymore, and those expensive yachts are not going to run anymore. Man, did I get philosophical and deep all of a sudden? Talking about how money would suck in real life if everybody was rich? Not saying that it's any better when you're poor, but still. Unfortunately, you gotta have some people suffer so some people can succeed. Okay, that was 2 battles back to back, right? Should have been paying attention. I was too busy talking about money. Yeah, I was 2 battles back to back. So time to save. Make sure I'm not crossing the threshold to level 6 just yet. Okay, 400 or 529. So if I can make it to like over 550, then I can at least make 3 in-trips in the next town. Because I don't know how much money I'm going to be able to make grinding in the next area. So 132. So it's still going to be a little bit of more battles before I'm able to get to the threshold. But once I'm at the threshold, I got to mid-max and try to get the stat that is not guaranteed. Okay, there we go. 5 enemies, which means we're able to get 30 gil from this fight. And then whatever we gain in the next fight is essentially the money that we're making back. Burn them all to the ground, Black Mage! So I think we'll use 3 fires in this fight, bonk the remaining 2, and hopefully the next encounter does not have us fight in 5 imps. Though if we do have to fight 5 imps, hopefully we have enough RNG luck to be able to beat them and be able to make off with 30 gil, because that would definitely be far more efficient. In fact, once we're able to learn tier 3 magic, we could do like 2 of these back-to-back 5-fight encounters and do it multiple times and actually be able to make a lot more money than the amount, like twice the amount of money than the amount we would be paying for the in-trip. Okay, so I'll destroy 1 more with fire, bonk the remaining 2, and then save the 1 fire for the next fight. Okay, so bonk the remaining 2. Good, 1 bonk, instant death. For damage. How dare you hurt our Black Mage? Take this. Monsters perish. Okay, now we just got to do 1 more battle, so that way we can at least make some money worth of money. So we got our in funds, so now we just need to get our actual funds for the trip. Okay, 3, that's definitely a lot more manageable than 5. So just burn 1 to death and then bonk 2. Should make 18 gil from this from these 2 encounters. Oh boy. But yeah, I should definitely watch the video back to back, see when I fought Garland and when I eventually level up, because if it takes like 2 hours to get to the next level, then that's definitely a sign that I need to start making the trip to the next town. And since I can save at the inn upon getting the ice spell, I can at least see if I can actually do the pirate fight and actually succeed without having to grind to level 7. Shit, was that... Oh, yeah, that was my second fight. Okay. Back. Okay, 547, so I just need 3 more gills, so yeah, another set of encounters, and I should be able to pay at least 3 inn trips in the next town. Okay, so 84, so about 2 fights against a group of 5 enemies should get me down to 24 left. So I gotta pay attention now to my levels, because I don't want to cross the to level 6 unless I know for sure that I'm gaining the stats that I need. Okay. We'll burn 3 enemies, bonk the 2, and then hopefully we get a good encounter with our second encounter. Alright. Okay. So that's 3 uses of fire in this fight. Bonk the remaining enemies, and then hope I get a good encounter for the next fight. And go from there. Terminated. 3 damage. How dare you hurt my black mage? Take this. 8 damage. The amount of HP you have. Nice. Monsters perished. Okie dokie. 1 more encounter, and then I gotta really pay attention to my EXP threshold here. Okay, a group of 3 enemies. That's definitely a lot more doable. Just burn these enemies to death. Die, 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 die. Okay, I'm pretty sure that was my last fire. Yep, so bonk the remaining 2 to death. Terminated. You're doing good, Black Mage. You're doing good. Monsters perished. Yeah, fortunately, when we get to the latter part of the game, when it comes to grinding to level 50, it's going to take an even longer time to grind to those levels, even with like the highest leveled enemies in the game. Okay, so let me just take a good look. I have to save at the end, but I have 36. So what I think I'm going to do is that I'm going to grind against a group of 5 enemies to guarantee that I get to only having 6 to level up, and I can at least make enough money to get 30 for the in trip. And I'm at like 565 gil, which means I can afford 3 in trips in the next town. And I might also consider at least getting a tent from this town before I consider making the trip to Provoca, so... Alright, so now that we saved, and let me make sure I actually did that, saved, I think what I'm going to do next is fight a group of 5 enemies so I can make exactly 30 gil for the in trip, while also getting enough that I only need 6 EXP to level up to the next level. So I just need a group of 5 enemies, which is exactly what I get, except they strike first, so hopefully I can win this fight. Okay, so far getting good evasions. Alright, not a bad start. Alright, so now I just gotta use up all my fire, use up all 4 of my fire to destroy 5 enemies and bonk 1 to death. Save at the end, so I only have 6 EXP left to level up, and then regardless of whether if it's 3, 4, or 5 enemies, I'll be able to level up to level 6, and I got a mid-max to make sure I gain the stats that I need, or the stat that I need. Okay, so just use fire until we're out of fire, and then bonk the last one that's alive to death. Jeez. Okay, out of magic, so now I just gotta bonk the last imp to death. Or miss on purpose like an idiot. There we go. Monsters perished. So now I got 30 points and 30 gil, so now I should only have like 6 points left for leveling up. Yep, 6 points, so regardless of what enemies I fight next, I am guaranteed to level up. So let's sleep at the inn. So once again, we're at 565. So regardless if it's a set of 3, 4, or 5 enemies, we just need to kill the next encounter. And for this dice roll, so once again, we're at level 5. We want to get to level 6. So for level 6, agility and luck is guaranteed to level up. And we want to mid-max and make sure that we get vitality to go up too. So agility is 100% guaranteed to go up, but it's vitality that we want to make sure goes up. There we go. So hopefully vitality does go up. Oh geez, who critical hit me? How dare you? there we go. So once again, this is the level 6 that we're going to, so agility and luck is guaranteed to go up. So we want a 1 in 4 dice roll of vitality to go up, and if we happen to get strength as well, that is also great. But it's mainly vitality that we need, so let's see if we win the dice roll. Okay, so agility, which again is guaranteed to go up. Intelligence always goes up, but once again does nothing. And luck. So nope, we didn't get the dice roll, so we reset. So vitality will always appear after intelligence and before luck. So if we don't see the vitality, we have to reset. Okay, group of 5 enemies. That's a lot more manageable than 4 or 5. And if we can do a second encounter not too long after leveling up, that would also be great. But we also need to be careful because we really can't afford dying. But as long as we're leveling up agility, then we're at least having a stronger chance of being able to run from these battles. But I'll just throw 2 fires out and then bonk the last one with my staff. Maybe get a second fight in so I can still at least make money back if I... Well, of course, get the dice roll for vitality after leveling up. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Terminated. Okay, so let's see if vitality goes up. And if we happen to get strength as well, then that's even better. But that's a 1 in 16 chance for both strength and vitality to go up. We're only concerned about vitality right now. Okay. Agility. Intelligence. Come on, get the vitality. Nope. That's a reset. It's a 25% chance that we get vitality. So yeah, this is one of the more annoying parts of the grinding. If it's not getting, you know, if it's not making sure that we're getting the to the threshold, it's pretty much passing the threshold that is the big RNG nightmare. But yeah, we really want to min-max that agility and vitality if we want the Black Mage to have a chance of surviving in dungeons. Or even just being able to survive in the overworld in general. Because right now, just surviving in the overworld, where we are right now at the beginning of the game, is still pretty hectic. But thankfully it will get easier, not because we have more agility and vitality, but also because we can get better equipment as we go along. And definitely one of the endgame equipments that we need is the ribbon, which we can get from the waterfall cave. And the ribbon can allow us to pretty much endure or resist elemental attacks and pretty much resist most ailments, including death attacks. So the ribbon that we get from the waterfall cave is definitely an absolute must before we even consider going through the ice cave, because I think it's possible to get to the waterfall cavern before getting to the ice cavern, as long as you have the canoe. I think that is possible. Okay, so bonk the last enemy to death. Bonk, 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 bonk. Of course, I didn't kill him. And yeah, even if I do get the vitality here, I'm just going to save, because at least I'm making the money for the inn from this fight, from fighting 5 enemies. Okay, 1 in 4 dice roll. Here we go. Let's see. Agility. Intelligence. God damn it. That's like 3 times in a row and I'm not getting it. But considering it's a 1 in 4 chance, maybe I don't get it for the first 3 times, but maybe the 4th time is the charm. Got my friends messaging me here. And right now I can't really respond. Okay, anyway, just responded to one friend. Okay, we only got 3 imps left. Should be able to wipe them out with 2 things of fire and bonking the last one to death. Sorry guys, I'm trying to multitask here on my desk here. Trying to go between making sure that I eat before having to go to work tonight, while also paying attention to some of the stuff on my phone, while also paying attention to the game and seeing if you guys are chatting anything. Which, by the way, guys, chat something, say something, anything. Oh, geez, critical damage. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. I'm just doing this one fight. And it's probably not going to matter if I don't get the vitality in this roll. Okay, terminated. Okay. 4-sided dice. Let's see if we get vitality. And if by chance we get strength as well. Okay. Let's see. Agility, so no strength. God damn it, seriously? That's the 4th time that I haven't won a 25% chance. I know it's a 25% chance and that's lower than half, but still. 4 tries and nothing? Okay, 4 enemies. This battle will at least go a lot more quicker, even though I'm making less money back. Because I definitely don't want to be losing money when I'm doing these battles. But I think if I'm going to make the trip to the next town, I'm going to make sure that I have at least 550 after an in-trip to make sure that I have at least enough funds for 3 in-trips in the next town. Because I just need the 400 gil in order to get the ice spell, and at least 1 in-trip to make sure that I can fight the pirates while still at level 6. And if level 6 doesn't work, then I can either make a trip back to Cornelia or try to find an efficient grinding spot out near the next town so I can, well, fight the pirates. Because the pirates, I'm pretty sure, are very, very weak and are going to go down to like 1 spell. And with the addition of the ice spell, we're going to be able to take down at least 8 of the pirates, or 7 of them at the least, before having to bonk the remaining ones. But considering that we can only kill it 1 at a time, and that they're all out attacking me with like 9 different enemies, there is going to be a pretty low chance of us being able to defeat those pirates unless we grind a lot more. But thankfully at level 7, we should be able to have another point of being able to use fire, because while we can attack physically, our physical damage is weak and we also have a chance of missing our attacks. Okay, let's see this 1 and 4 dice roll. Here we go. Agility, intelligence. God damn it, seriously? Not even strength is showing up. The 2 stats that are like really reliable and they don't show up. Like seriously, it wasn't that bad when I was grinding for a 1 in 16 roll for like 2 different stats, and now suddenly it's like refusing to give me the 1 stat for something that's a 25% chance. Again, it's a low chance, but still 25 is bigger than a 1 in 16. I mean, we probably don't actually need to min-max our stats per se to do a solo Black Mage run, but min-maxing them will definitely make pretty much everything in the game easier for us. And the more we min-max, the better experience it will be in the end. And it will definitely feel like that we're actually improving our character. Because the more vitality we have, the more HP we have, the more agility we have, the more chances we have of dodging. And at the rare moments where I do min-max strength, at least I can make use of some physical damage. Because again, we're going to have to rely on physical damage when we reach the final boss fight, since the final boss fight is resistant to elemental damage. There we go. Da 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 da. Okay, agility, intelligence, and come on, get the freaking vitality. Oh my god! Not even strength is showing up, like what the frick? Ugh, god damn it. And of course I gotta deal with 5 enemies, which means the battle's gonna take a lot longer to get through. And what sucks is that I go through a long battle just to realize I'm not getting what I need to level up. And mind you, I'm just looking at a 1 in 4 chance, a 25% chance of getting vitality. And already I have like 5 or 6 attempts, and so far vitality is not going up. Not even strength is going up. I mean, if I could get strength as well as vitality, that would be even better. But again, I'm not min-maxing strength, I'm only min-maxing strength when agility and vitality are guaranteed at a current level that I'm grinding for. Come on, you can reach the next level. So I think once I reach level 6 and get the vitality, I think I'm actually going to end the stream. As much as I would love to continue on, I don't think that's going to be a good idea for now. I think I'm going to just stream long enough to be able to get to the next vitality strength. Unless I don't get the vitality. Then I think that's pretty much where I'm going to end the stream. I mean, maybe I might go to the next town if I get the vitality, like, right now. But let's see. Agility. Once again, strength is not showing up. Oh my god. Why am I getting a 0% chance of it showing up? Seriously. Freaking seriously. I freaking hate this level up system, guys. Like, who thought in their right mind that, you know, having a 25% chance of getting to a certain step would be funny and efficient? Like, why not just 100% guarantee certain stats and not guarantee others? I mean, if you're having people doing challenge runs, of course they're going to be pissed off when they're not gaining the stats they need, especially when there's 3 stats not guaranteed. You're looking at a 1 in 64 dice roll, which is just... ugh. And honestly, if I was playing this on the Pixel Remaster, it would arguably be even worse, because I would also have to rely on intelligence, but thankfully I don't need to rely on intelligence because, well, intelligence is guaranteed to level up regardless with a Black Mage, but even then... yeah, needless to say, this grinding is definitely debilitating. Okay, I finally get strength to go up, and 101 points, that's pretty good. Agility. Intelligence. Frick. The one time I get strength to go up, I don't get vitality. God damn it. And of course it's a set of 5 enemies because it has to take friggin' forever for me to try to see if I get the level ups I need. And again, this is another upside with playing later ports, especially the Pixel Remaster, is that these battles go a lot faster if you're playing on later versions. Especially when you're doing AoE damage, because when it does AoE damage, it pretty much shows how much damage is done to enemies one at a time, which can take like 5 to 7 seconds each enemy. Like, I'm not joking, it can take that long. Oh my god, critical hits? Seriously? At least that doesn't matter too much in the long run, because even if I do get Vitality after this, I'm just going to use the funds that I make off of this battle for the end trip. Okay, I just gotta bonk the last enemy and hope that Vitality goes up. Okay, let's see, let's go, come on. Okay, agility, intelligence. Oh my fucking god! I probably had done like almost a dozen attempts already and Vitality still has not shown up. I am relying on just one stat, guys. I am relying on just one stat to show up and it's not showing up. Now, I am pretty sure that the game doesn't have a thing where certain stats are not guaranteed to level up at certain levels. I'm pretty sure it's still more than possible to get a stat that is not guaranteed to level up at every single possible level. Problem is that this is something that could take like 5 minutes, half an hour to 5 freaking hours, or maybe an entire day, just to get one particular stat to go up. But yeah, it's going to be incredibly agonizing when we have to rely on the 1 in 16 chances. And it could be worse. I could be relying on trying to get both strength, vitality, and agility to go up, and it'll be a 1 in 64, which is all the more reason why I'm not mid-maxing the strength stat, because I really don't want to do a 1 in 64 chance of 3 particular stats to go up. And 1 in 64, yeah, if you know the percentage, then you know that that's just not worth grinding for. You know, you guys are allowed to comment and say something in the chat, right? I mean, it's mostly been a ghost village down there. Ah, jeez. A lot of ground coffee at the bottom of my coffee. Ugh. Great. Now I got ground coffee in my mouth. Great. Okay, 30-30. Agility. Intelligence. There we go! We finally get vitality. But even though we don't have strength going up, at least we get 103 points for our max HP, so I think that's pretty good. That's actually pretty good. I think that was the most amount of points that we got in terms of HP max. So our HP max now is 103. Nice. So that was actually pretty good, actually. So now we're over 100 HP, 103, 6 vitality, 3 strength, 15 agility, 24 intelligence, which really doesn't do anything, and 14 luck. So if we get one more stat of luck, we can level up. Now, the thing is, it took us like 2 hours to get to the next level when we were only required to have like a little over 800. Now we're required to have 1,380. Yeah, as much as I want to potentially... Even the best HP growth, yep. So, there we go. Oh, God. Okay, so let me just look at the money that I have. So, it'll cost 30 for the end trip, which would be 565. I got 2 tents with me. Well, I think I should probably, at the very least, make my way to the next town. I should definitely make my way to the next town at the very least, and once I reach the next town, the priority is to get at least the ice spell on me, go to the inn to save, and then see if I can... see if there's like any armor or anything that is actually useful for me or not. I don't know. Right now, getting any of the spells in this town is not going to be really useful for me, unfortunately. So I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to try to get to the next town if possible. With only 2 tents, let's do it. Okay. Missed. Oh god, that's a lot of damage, and that was a critical hit. Can't run. Yeah, reset. Okay, buying a tent, I would be under 500. So, let me think this through. Actually, let me try something. I'm gonna buy myself at least one more tent. And then I'm gonna... So I'm just gonna buy at least one more tent. So now I'm down to 490, but I need money. I need to be at least over 500. So I'm just gonna grind a little bit out here just so I can at least get the funds that I need for the trip. But now that I have 3 tents on me, I can have a higher chance of getting to the next town. The problem is being able to survive while in the next town. Alright. I'll save the money because I'm only fighting like hordes of 3 enemies here. Thank you for dodging. Bonk, bonk, bonk. So yeah, there's no way in heck I'm gonna grind to the next level here because it's gonna probably be like almost 3 hours if I tried to do that. So yeah, big no. Right now the priority is to get to the next town, get the ice spell, figure out whether or not I can beat the pirates, and then see if there's an efficient grinding spot out near Pravoka. And if not, then I have to make my way back to here and do the long grueling grind to level 7. And once I get to level 7, then I'll be able to use fire at least an extra amount of times. Okay, so I just need to do another or a second encounter so I can make some money. Pretty much I just want to make sure that I have over 500 when I take an in trip. Do 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 da 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 ba 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 da 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 da. Alright, so just burn 2 imps to death and then bonk the last one, and I should at least make some bit of money, go to the inn, and if I'm over 500 gil, then I make the trip to the next town with at least 3 tents on me. Now, I could alternatively go to the Witch's Cave up north, grab 2 potions and a Pure, and come back down here, but I think that's still too risky. So right now the priority is to get to the next town, learn the ice spell, save at the inn that is there, see if I can beat the pirates right away. And if I can beat the pirates right away, I can get access to the ship, get the ship to Cornelia, and then I can officially grind there. And then I just gotta grind the funds to eventually get the tier 3 and 4 magic spells. And then after that is done, then once I'm able to use tier 3 and tier 4 magic spells, then I can wipe out most enemies in the game. I mean, at least early game. But even in early game, I may have not enough magic damage potential, but I'm definitely going to need the AoE damage if I want a chance in the Marsh Cave. I don't know how many levels I'm going to have to grind for the Marsh Cave, but needless to say, it's definitely going to be a very grindy experience, to say the least. So let's go to the inn, see if I have more than 500 after this. Okay, so I have 502, so I do have more than 500. So, yeah, I think I'll now make the trip to the inn. Or make the trip to the next town. Once again, I could potentially buy more level 1 magic, like lightning and sleep. However, I don't think that's a good idea right now. So right now, the goal is just making it to the next town. And if possible, run from enemy encounters and use a tent to essentially brute force my way to the town. A lot, I would say, depending on how much wizards you get. Yeah, I guess it depends on how many wizards I get when I get the item that is in the Marsh Cave. So it really does depend on that factor. And frick, it's really not looking good. Come on, just run, Nits. It's not that hard to run. You see those 2 little feet? You just do a little motion where you move them back and forth, and yeah, he's just gonna get hit. And that's a reset. You gotta survive at least 1 encounter, plant a tent, and then just keep heading east. Okay, so far so good. They're missing me. Wow, they are all missing me. Unfortunately, I'm wasting my fire here, but not really much I can do. Bonk. Oh, come on. Stop missing on purpose. That's a nasty dungeon. Oh yeah, and the other thing with the Marsh Cave is that the enemies in there can potentially poison me. Okay, they're missing. Hopefully I can beat these guys while still having 103 HP. Never mind. Now, the important thing to keep in mind is that tents not only save on the overall map, but it also restores at least 30 HP. So I can use a tent, restore 30 HP, while still slowly but surely making my way to the next town. The only thing is that sleeping in a tent or cabin does not restore my magic points. So I can't really rely on using tents to restore magic points. So that's the one thing to keep in mind. So I do need to be conservative with how much fire I use, because I may need to use fire in order to force my way to Bravoka. But yeah, once again, I'm not bothering with the Witch's Cave yet, because it's really just for getting 2 potions and a Pure. Once I'm able to, get the ship, then I'll probably consider getting the 2 potions and the Pure from the Witch's place, because I'm definitely going to at least get those before the Marsh Cave. Oh shoot, random encounter. I was going to pause here just so I can actually potentially get what I need, but I guess not. Ah, shoot. Okay, I think the wolves are the biggest threat to me for this encounter. I'm guessing the Great Wolf is probably going to be the most threatening thing, so I'm going to try to get rid of the Great Wolf here. Which doesn't kill it. Great. Oh, Christ. Okay. But yeah, it looks like I got to get rid of the Great Wolves first. Yeah, no, this is bad. This is bad. No, reset, reset. I gotta reset. I'm not gonna risk planting a tent in the middle of nowhere. Thing is, I could grind another level, get the 15 luck that I need, and just, you know, make do with what I have, but still. Just run, you idiot! Are you wanting to die? Are you wanting to join your friends? Seriously? Oh my god, the Black Mage is like really pissing me off. Like, just getting to the next town is just problematic. In fact, I wonder if just getting to the next town is just going to potentially softlock my entire progress. Because unlike later versions, I can't save my game. Or I can't reload a backup save or anything like that. Come on, die, die, die. Oh, freaking god. Seriously? Okay, die. Okay, there we go. Terminated, defeated a creep. Wonder how many EXP the creeps give. Monster's dead, nice. 15 gold, that's like half of the cost for the end trip. Okay, so just gonna walk over to this grassy area. I'm gonna eat a tent now. So this will save me in this spot, while also restoring 30 HP. So now if I die, I will spawn back in this location, and if going too east proves too much, then I can start heading back to Cornelia. Monster strike first, are you serious? Yeah, no, I'm gonna take the chance and try to run. Okay, close call. Okay, so I should be getting close to the town, so here it is. Let's hope I can enter the darn town without freaking dying. Oh god, the ogre barely takes damage from that fire attack. Yeah, I'm just gonna run. Hopefully I can run from ogre battles. Because if I don't, then it's ogre for me. Okay, I'll shut up. Holy shit, that's a lot of damage. I mean, that was critical, but still. Okay, don't use a tent, don't heal, just get to the next town because the inn will at least fully heal me up. And there we go, we finally made it to the next town, Provoca, with only use of one tent on our way there. So here we go. Help! So yeah, what's happening in this town is that we gotta fight some pirates, but before we consider fighting the pirates... Okay, so yeah, once again, we can use the church to heal our allies, but we're not gonna do that. We're gonna have them die a painful death. We can't use white magic. Now, the problem is that I don't know whether or not if I can get superior armor or not, but if I can, then that would be great. Okay, so knits. So we want the ice magic. So essentially... I don't know if slow really works in this game. I don't know if dark is really going to be effective in this game, but temper, do not learn this spell. Temper is supposed to increase your attack power. It doesn't work. It will work if you play later ports of this game, but do not get the temper spell. That will be a waste of inventory space. So if you're going to get like 3 level 2 magic spells, get dark and slow, but make sure you get ice. So we're going to learn ice. There we go. So now we're down to 117. So now we have ice, so we can use 3 things of ice on top of 4 things of fire. So that's like 7 attacks where we can do some elemental damage. Okay, so we got swords and stuff here. Now, the thing is that the game never tells you what you can use exactly for each character. So, like, can I use the short sword? Can I use the iron hammer? Can I use this? Can I use that? The problem is I don't really know because the game never really tells me. And if I can use any of them, I can really only afford the iron. So I'm not going to buy anything just yet. I'm going to have to do research and actually see if I can even upgrade my armor. And if it's better to just save my money for the next town and I can get something that's even better than that. Okay, so that's the pirate that I need to eventually fight. But before I even consider fighting him... So yeah, here's the item shop where I can potentially buy some more stuff. So here I can get heals, pures, tents, and cabins. So obviously I can buy more tents if for whatever reason grinding here just does not work out. So let me just go to the armor shop for a second. Okay, so we got a wooden chainmail, chainmail, wooden, and glove. So question is, can I even use any of these? I think there is something on the guide that I'm using that actually tells me what I can use exactly. Okay, so according to the guide I'm using, I can potentially use gloves. I can use gloves to potentially give me some armor. But before I consider giving into the gloves... How much does gloves actually give in terms of armor? Because yeah, according to the list here, I cannot use the shield or any of the chainmails there. So I think the only thing I can use is the gloves. But the problem is that I don't know how much gloves actually affects in terms of defense. Let me just see. Gloves, Final Fantasy NES. Okay, so it absorbs 1 damage, so it increases my damage by 1, but it decreases my evasion by 1%. So that's actually not a bad deal, actually. So while only offering 1 point of defense, the gloves are the only hand armor most classes can use, all the way until the Pro Rain, and these are very cheap. So yeah, this actually might be a good idea for us to buy. And I already have some pretty high evasion as is. So yeah, I think I'll buy the gloves for knits. And I have exactly 50 gil to hopefully get me through the pirate fights. And if not, I can always make my way back to Pravoka with 2 tents that I have. Since I managed to make it here with 1 tent, then I can definitely make it back with 2 tents. And dude, can you move the frick out of the way? Okay, before I move going into the end, let me just make sure that I equip the gloves. So there we go. We got a cloth, gloves, and cap equipped. So the best possible defense we can wear on our Black Mage, which absorbs 3, and the evasion is about 59. Okay, so that's actually not so bad. That is actually not so bad. So now we're going to save in the end. We already purchased the fire spell, so now we're down to 7 gil. So now we're at a point where we're in absolute danger. If we have to, we'll have to make our way back to Cornelia and grind some gil, and potentially grind to level 7 if we have to. But before I even consider that, I'm going to see if the fight against the pirates will work out or not. So I, Biker the pirate, and surprised I am that you stupid phone. That you scurvy dogs have the nerve to face me, mates. Get those lad lubbers. Now, I don't know if fighting against the pirates now is a good idea or not, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So there's 9 of them, and I can only throw 7 magic attacks. So I'm gonna start throwing some ice and hope that I either endure their attacks or dodge most of their attacks. So far, I'm dodging them. Okay, 10 damage, so I might have a chance at this. But once I'm able to get, don't know, we'll see. Yeah, I guess we'll see. And I can always brute force my way back to Cornelia if I need to. Or maybe I might be able to make enough money off of the pirates. I don't know how much money I'll make off of the pirates, but 1 spell cast each should kill them. And if this is not enough, then I might have to grind to level 7. And if I have to, then I can still make the trip with tents back to Cornelia, where I can pay less, but I can at least cast more damage, and I can probably do 3 battles back to back instead of just 2. So we're just gonna destroy the pirates one by one. The less there are alive, the less attacks come in my way. And then I can just brute force my way back to Cornelia if possible. Problem is that even if I do succeed at this, I might potentially lock myself in a situation where I'm unable to do anything. Yeah, it looks like I'm taking too much damage. Crap. But at least I do have better defense. So I do have an increased chance at this. So, let me see here. Terminated. Yeah, I've only defeated 3 out of 9 of them, and already I'm slain. Darn it. Okay, so yeah, each pirate is only 6 HP, so just attacking them with my sword is definitely enough. But since they have a chance of evading... Yeah, they have a 6% chance of evading. That's probably not the best idea. 40 gold, so if 40 times 9, then that would be 360, which means I would definitely make enough for the end trip. So if I brute force it enough, I could potentially finish this fight. But, yeah, by the looks of it, I'm gonna need to, crap. Alright, so I need to think a strategy here, so let's see. Pirates are trivial and easy to kill. Yeah, as I saw at level 6. The only trick is to make sure you have each light warrior attack a different pirate. Sadly, I only have 1, and right now the black mage can only do singular damage. Spells like Sleep and Dark are highly effective. Huh, okay, that's good to know. But not necessary to win. You'll earn a ship and 360 gold for defeating all 9 of them. So I'll definitely earn more than enough to make multiple trips in the same inn in this town. But if I learn Sleep... So, let me see. The Dark Spell... So the Dark Spell attacks all enemies... but it costs 400 gil to learn, and I learn it in Provoca. Alternatively, if I learn the Sleep spell, which it has a random chance of enemies going to sleep, but not a guaranteed chance, I only have to pay 100 gil, and puts all enemies to sleep. If I put all enemies to sleep, then I have a chance of being able to attack the enemies that are not put to sleep. That's less damage coming my way, so if I make my way back to Cornelia... then all I have to do is pretty much grind until I eventually get 100 gil so I can, well, put the pirates to sleep. So from here, I think all I need to do is just return back to Cornelia, grind a bit more, but not necessarily grind to level 7, though if I have to, I'll grind to level 7, because if I grind to level 7, I can at least use fire at least 5 times. However, I don't think that's going to be really efficient, so I think the best course of action is to make my way back. Yeah, okay. So, gonna have to brute force my way all the way back to Cornelia, unfortunately. Which means we're back to the slow grinding, but on the upside, we do have 1 extra thing of defense, as well as ice. So we can continuously put out elemental damage constantly. Okay, let's run from this battle. Come on. Just run from it. Don't even bother trying to defeat them. Come on, just run. Oh my god, seriously. Oh my god, stop attacking. Just let me run. Yeah, reset. So yeah, just gotta brute force my way back to Cornelia because, yeah, grinding in this area, I think is just too dangerous. I don't think we're gonna make the amount of money that we need. And right now, I think the sleep skill is going to be a lot more useful than the dark skill. Enemy strike first. God damn it. I have 2 tents to work with, so I just got to work with the 2 tents that I have. Oh my god. Why is it the same amount of enemies? Stop showing me the same amount of enemies. Up. Left. Okay, at least an iguana is at least more... hopefully more manageable to deal with. Okay, it doesn't take much damage from fire by the looks of it. It don't take much damage from the iguana either, so I guess the iguana is not so bad to grind against. Okay, yeah, definitely use ice damage against the iguana. Okay, terminated. Hopefully I get a good amount of gil from this guy. Okay, monsters perish. So I'm going to plant a tent. Oh, 153 experience? That is really good, and that's 50 gil, which is actually just the amount I need for the end trip. But I'm still going to go back to Cornelia so I can learn the sleep spell at the least. Okay, so I want to use the ice against iguanas. That's good to know. Okay, now I'm going to eat a sleeping bag. Or a tent, I mean. Eat a tent so I can save here while also restoring my HP. Now I just gotta slowly but surely make my way back to Cornelia. Can't run. Okay, reset. Okay, creeps I can at least deal with. And since I already made 50 money off of the iguana, I'm definitely making at least some bit of a profit. Okay, so yeah, ice does a lot more damage. It does a lot of more damage. Which means I can potentially grind in the higher areas now, I think. But unfortunately, I think that was my last ice magic to use, so I'm going to have to use fire on this one. Okay, never mind. I guess fire does do a lot of damage. Little random. Okay, 30 gil. Okay, so we already made 50 gil on our way back. Nice. Should I eat a tent? Yeah, I think I might need to eat a tent here. Yeah, unfortunately, I think I'm going to need to eat a tent. Which means I need to make sure that I buy more on my way back. Actually, I have like one thing of fire left. I'm going to try at least one more encounter and make use of that tent that I use. Okay, so 3 encounters, that's pretty good. Make use of at least one encounter so that way I can at least make some money back before I sleep at the inn. Okay, bonk the remaining enemies to death. And thankfully these battles should be a lot more easier now that I got the gloves on me. With the gloves on me, that means I can take more damage. So yeah, now 11 damage. I'm only taking 11 damage instead of 12 damage from those critical hits. Definitely got to improve my strength. So yeah, I think getting the sleep spell from Cornelia is my best chance of being able to fight those pirates. Because if I can use the ice spell... Actually, it doesn't really matter since they only have 9 HP. But still, I probably want to conserve being able to use the ice spell on the pirates. But since I do gain a lot of money from the pirates after defeating them, then I am definitely making the trips worth if I'm able to defeat those pirates. So I get the sleep spell and then decide whether or not if I need to grind to level 7, so that way I have at least the extra agility and vitality needed to defeat them. And looking at the guaranteed level up stats, strength is guaranteed. So strength and vitality is guaranteed at level 7. It's just agility is not. So 978, so yeah, it's going to take another 2 hours if I were to try to grind to level 7 within this area. But since I am gaining more EXP, if I were to grind, you know, further away, then grinding further away is definitely not out of the question. Okay, so getting the sleep spell costs 100, but I need 30 for the inn trip, so unfortunately I need to go to the inn, purchase the money for the inn, and unfortunately I'm going to have to do the slow grinding again until I can buy both the sleep spell as well as get, you know, enough money for the inn. So I think I'm just going to grind just a little bit more and then that'll be the end of the stream. So just going to keep on going and that'll be it. And it seems like my roomie who sleeps in the same room as me is not going to be here until I'm already gone at work, so I don't really have to worry about him coming back and interrupting the stream. And actually, now that I have ice, I could potentially grind like 3 battles back-to-back instead of 2 battles back-to-back, especially now that I have over 100 HP and I should have a more guaranteed chance of dodging. Jesus Christ, just attack already. Okay, and just bonk the last enemy, and then do the second encounter with the amount of magic I have. So this is definitely far more doable now. This is definitely far more doable. It's just whether or not if I can do 3 battles back-to-back instead of 2 battles back-to-back. Because if I can do 3 battles back-to-back in between inn trips, then I can at least increase the amount of money that I'm gaining. Alternatively, I could try grinding above the bridge against the higher level enemies. It's just I have a higher chance of dying. Okay, that's like 3 enemies, so yeah, I'm probably just gonna use all 4 of the magic on here and just save. And already I'm losing a lot of HP, even from, like, the beginning game random encounters. But at least I have more of a chance now that I have better... Since I have an additional defense armor on top of being able to... Yeah. Although I think the better defense, I think how Absorb works is that it absorbs a certain amount of damage. So when it absorbs, it essentially subtracts the amount of damage that would have been, essentially. I think that's how the absorb function works, is that it absorbs the amount of damage it would have caused you. So it'd be like the max damage minus the absorb, and then that's the amount of damage that you actually receive. I think that's how it works. I could be wrong, but if that's how it works, then essentially I don't really gain that all that much defense. But then again, a 1% difference for worse evasion is not really too much of a difference. And as long as I'm improving my agility with every level up, then I'm always making myself better with every level up. Okay, one more ice spell, then bonk the last enemy to death. And since these are a group of 5 imps, then I am gaining the money that I need for the end trip while still gaining money. So I think once I reach like 130 or something in total for the once I gain like 130 gil, then that should be more than enough to buy the sleep spell along with the being able to purchase the insurance. But the thing is that I'm probably going to need to remake that money back so that way I can purchase the tents and then decide whether or not if I need to grind to level 7 or not. So unfortunately, no matter how you look at it, I have to do a lot of grinding. Okay. So let me just see, I got 129. Of course, it's just 1 gil below the amount I need. Let's save. 1 gil before the amount that I need to get the sleep spell, of course. So let's try to do 2 or 3 random encounters back to back and try to level up more. Monster strike first. Should I take that chance? I think I can take the chance. I mean, none of them cause critical damage, so I think I can take the chance. Oh, cry. Someone caused critical damage already? Seriously? Oh, yo, this grinding is so repetitive. Oh my god, just die already. Okay, now I just gotta start making my way back to the town because I already put myself in risk here. I think I'm closer to the left side from the bridge, so... Just gotta grind one more random enemy encounter. Okay, 4 is good. 4 is good. Kill 3 of them with ice, and then physical attack the last one. That should be more than enough for me to make the profit and be able to purchase both the sleep spell, the trip at the inn, and I think that will be the end of the stream, guys. So once I finish this battle, I'm gonna purchase the sleep spell. So the level 1 sleep spell, and then I'm gonna save at the inn, and then that'll be the end of the stream. So Gonna be ending the stream very darn soon, guys. So I hope you guys have been enjoying watching me suffer or not suffer, depending on how you look at it, for this run. So let's throw 2 more ice attacks and then bonk the last enemy to death. Make off with their profit, buy the sleep spell, sleep at the inn, and then after that I just gotta grind up the funds again for the tent so I can make my way back to Pravoka. So this time I'm definitely not getting the dark spell. Like, the dark spell could potentially be useful, but I think the sleep spell will be more than enough, because even if it has a chance of missing, at least it can even the odds for me of being able to defeat them. So I just need to make enough funds to get a few tents, and then essentially make at least enough money for 1 or 2 inn trips in Pravoka. And I think that's pretty much all I need, because I think the gloves is the only thing armor-wise that I can get. And then other than that, I don't know if there's any better attacking armor we can get in terms of melee, but considering that the pirates are only 9 HP, it's probably going to be fine. It's probably going to be fine fighting them with the staff that I have, so I think that's pretty much going to be it, is that once I finish this battle, I just need to buy the sleep spell, sleep at the inn, and then just sleep enough times to buy at least 2 tents and enough funds for at least 2 inn trips in Pravoka, and then we're going to try to take down the pirates. And once we take down the pirates, we'll be able to have enough funds to sleep back at the inn in Pravoka, and then try to take the pirate ship all the way back to Cornelia, and then figure out whether or not if it's worth grinding to level 7 before trying to make it to the Elfland, and then try to grind for the funds to get the AoE spells in the Elfland, because once we grind for those AoE spells, the rest of the run should be simpler. Not easier, but simpler for us, because now we can attack multiple enemies at once. So we are definitely making great progress. So let me just keep pressing the wrong button. I keep pressing the Y button. Okay, so 153, so that's definitely more than enough for an inn trip. So I'll have 23 by the time I purchase the spell, as well as do the inn trip. Okay, no, I don't want to revive my friends. What am I doing? So I want to go to the black magic shop. So knits. So I already purchased fire, so now I'm going to purchase the sleep spell. So this is an AoE sleep spell, but it's not guaranteed to put an enemy to sleep. And even if it does put an enemy to sleep, it can be an extremely short amount of time. So it's going to only save us a little bit. Lock spell straight up does not work. Do not get it. And the lit spell might potentially be useful, but right now we're just sticking with the fire spell. We're probably going to only get the lit spell once we're able to make enough money to do literally anything in this game. So what we're going to do is that we're going to purchase the sleep spell. There we go. So in terms of magic, we got both fire and sleep, so we're going to use the sleep in the hope of brute forcing our way through the pirates without having to grind a few extra levels, because again, the track to get to level 7, it's going to probably take like 2 hours straight if we were to try to. And even though it's a 1 in 4 dice roll to get the stat that is not guaranteed, as you can see, we can try a dozen attempts and not get the dice roll in our favor. It's really that ridiculous. Okay, so now we save. So now we're down to 23 gil. So now the goal is to grind at least 150 gil, or about 250 gil. I think we need to grind at least 250 gil, so that way we can purchase at least 2 tents from the shop, so that way we can make the trip back to Pravoka, and at least have enough funds so we can at least go to the inn at least twice. So yeah, this is part or day 2 of the run. So I hope you guys enjoyed this run. I don't know when I'm going to stream again, but whenever I do stream again, hopefully I can dedicate a stream to not only getting the money we need to get back to Pravoka, but defeat the pirates, because once we defeat the pirates, then we'll have access to not only the ocean and get back to the first town again, but also to be able to get to the third town and hopefully get the AoE spells, which is going to be expensive as hell, but once we're able to learn those AoE spells, then we're able to get through these random encounters a lot more efficiently. So yeah, unfortunately, it's a very grindy run, but unfortunately, that's kind of to be expected when you're doing a solo run of this game. But on the upside, if we were doing it with 4 party members, we would be gaining only 1/4 of the experience with every single battle. So technically, it is faster. It is actually faster when you think about it. It's just only slower because we have to rely on lower level enemies and not higher level enemies where we would otherwise be able to defeat them no problem. What a grindy run it's been so far, and I haven't even made it to the first dungeon yet. But at least I made it to Pravoka, I got the ice spell, so now we are more ready to take on battles than we were before. So thank you guys so much for watching this run, and I'll see you guys in the next stream. I don't know when that's going to be, but I'll see you guys in the next stream. So you all have a good day, good night, and I'll see you guys in the next stream. Au revoir.